rockin' with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high, cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold up, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live, somebody. Let's go.
Good afternoon. Good morning and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in great spirits, because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Let's not forget that. Hello, hello, hello. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. What a night. What a morning. And it's only going to get even more insane as time goes on. But here it is, guys. How y'all feeling? Y'all good? Y'all good? Because a lot of stuff has been going on recently. Okay. And it's been a very busy morning. Boy, oh boy, we got a lot to go into. There's a lot going on. There's a lot that has gone on, and we got to talk about it all and then some. So we got to get into this bad boy. So do me a favor before we hit everything, before we get into all this mucky muck, do me a solid, hit that like button down below, crush it, do what it do, hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. If you are watching on these other platforms, like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, we're on all of them. So please make sure you hit that reaction button, hit that follow button, please, and thank you. Don't forget to do that for me. All right? Please and thank you. Also, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Subscribe. That would be greatly appreciated. Subscribe to this channel right here on YouTube. Hit that notification bell, set it to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload. Please. Hit that join button down below, become a member. You can also check out my Patreon if you want to support even further, just by checking out that URL, that website right there in the ticker, slowly moving past us as we go. Okay, and of course, check out pascalmerch.com. Pascalmerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there, so go and check it out. pascalmerch.com. Okay, guys, let's get into this. Okay, there's a lot that's been going on. Today has been a wild. Well, last night was a wild night, right? I mean, can we all agree that last night was just absolutely last night was kind of insane? I mean, can we agree on that just a tiny bit? I mean, it has been quite an interesting day. And it's only going to get stranger, I have a feeling. And what's interesting about this is that, Trump is having a full-on mental breakdown. That's what I truly think. I think he's having a full-on mental breakdown, and people, I don't know, people are really reacting to this tremendously. Understandably, they are. Because he's going after people, especially, public figures that, in my personal opinion, don't really deserve to be attacked in the first doggone place. And last night, while we were all sleeping, while we were all resting our weary little heads, he decided to go off on the likes of the Pope. Yeah, the Pope. Okay, like the big guy. Not the big guy upstairs, but the big guy. He just decided, hey, I just want to start beef with the Pope. What is up with that? Now, obviously, MAGA is very much upset about this situation. Okay. And, not surprisingly so. Because he just decided out of nowhere, hey, I am just going to start beef with like Mr. Holy Man himself, the Pope. Then he went on, and we gotta pull these things up because this is real. Okay, these are very, very much real. But he went out of his way to actually post himself as Jesus himself. Hold on. Okay. Let me explain, because there's a lot of things that are going on that we kind of have to get ready for. So like just rock with me, because there's going to be quite a bit going on today. But okay. I don't know how. Yeah, Ryan. Okay. Like he's lost his marbles. And apparently he's supposed to be doing a presser in a little bit in the Oval Office. He's supposed to be going live. This is just something that I just found out, literally. But I need to pull up the photo of him. Hold on. Let me just find the photo real quick, because I got it right here. So let's just take a look at this really quick. This is real. This is real. Get it? This is real. Hold on. Let me just blow this up so you guys can see a little bit better. Yes, loves. He is saying, hold on. Okay. First off, hold up. Okay. First off, this is clearly I want to make this abundantly clear. Okay. We are going to look at the Truth Social post that he put up about him going off on the Pope. Just so you know, this is Jesus. Like, this is him with his face superimposed on an image of like a very iconic, known garb of the Jesus Christ, of JC. Okay, I just want to make sure you know this. For those of y'all who might not know anything about Catholicism or Christianity, okay, just making this abundantly clear that this is very much Jesus, but with Trump's face on it, with Trump's head on it, okay? Now, I'm telling you right now, this is the dumbest thing I have ever seen. It's the dumbest thing, and quite blasphemous, if you ask me, because I know some other people will sit there and say, oh, well, you know, people do all kinds of funny memes and stuff like that. But he's the president of the United States. And also, let's not forget, he is also someone who loves Christ. And he the first person to be out here being like, you know, we got to protect our Christians. We need to protect and make sure that our Christians are safe. He's a good Christian, man. I love it. I love it. He's a good Christian. He's a good Christian, man. I love it. Right? Don't we have all that going on? Aren't we used to all that crap? Aren't we used to us hearing him say that all the time? Now you got him with, I don't know what the heck is in the background, like some weird demonic things in the clouds. Like, I don't know what that is. I don't know if those are like archangels dressed up as soldiers, but one only got a pair of wings. But some weird crown, unless that's God himself that he's trying to say up above, right over here. You see what I'm saying? I don't know what this is, okay? But what I do know is something ain't right. Something ain't right. He got the bald eagle flying in the background with the American flag flowing, and then you got like the sick. And he's putting his hands on the person that is sick. But then on top of that, he dressed up as Jesus. Okay? Jesus. JC. Jesus H. Christ. You know what I'm saying? Sorry. Joke. Sorry. But still, what in the heck is going on here? What in the hecky is going on here? I'm a bit confused. Aren't you, love? Last I checked, love, that's Jesus, but with Trump's face on it, on his body. He basically deep faked Jesus. He deep faked himself as Jesus. with all the people like this, Christianity, you know what I mean? Ain't that crazy? That's crazy. Okay? That's crazy. Okay? Now, I'm just saying, wait, is that really true? Little top, Pascal, you missed y'all president getting his DoorDash at the Oval Office. Is that true? What did he get? Did he get Mickey D's? Did he get some of that Mickey D's? I mean, of course he did, because that's like his standard meal. I don't know how he's still alive eating that crap, but he must be smashing some of that every day, every single day. But this is blasphemy, the last I checked. Is it not? Last I checked, this is wrong. Making himself as Jesus. Depicting himself, as Jesus. And it's all like, all this crazy American, the tropes of his MAGA movement. MAGA propaganda. Just all in this one photo. To me, aside from, let's not forget the Pope rant that he went off, he did. Clearly to me, seems like he's not well in the, how's this? He's not well. This instantly makes me think of, shout out to Jennifer Lewis. Okay, shout out to Jennifer Lewis. So I had a pretty iconic viral interview with Jennifer Lewis a couple years back, right? And right now, instantly, I'm thinking of the moment that went viral where she was going off on Kanye West. Jennifer Lewis is like going off on Kanye West in this viral clip that I have online somewhere. But anyway, and she's fantastic. I love Jennifer Lewis. She's a fantastic woman. She's a fantastic woman. But here's the thing, though. She went off on Kanye, and now instantly when I think about this, and I'm like, he's not well, I'm thinking of Jennifer Lewis when she's going off on Ye. Yeah. And instead, take out Kanye and just put Trump's name in there. Like, he not well. She's like, shut the F up and sit down. That's literally what I feel we should be saying. That's what his MAGA base is basically saying right now. You need to sit down. You need to shut up and sit down. Trumpy boo. You need to sit down. Somebody needs to take grandpa's phone away and tell him it's time for a nap. Make sure you take your meds, though. Open your mouth. Let me make sure you took it under the tongue. Let me make sure you took the pills, the medication, and let him go to mother loving sleep. Because this man needs a nap. He needs a good, strong nap. It's not just like a little nap, like where he's just like little cat nap, 5 minutes, and he's back up in action. No, he needs that nap that he's out like asleep for like at least 2-3 hours. Okay, drool coming out his face. Okay, the ones that you feel like you woke up, like that you just woke up from like jumping off the side of a building and landing on the concrete. You know those? You know how you sleep so hard, you feel like you just got out of a fight with Mike Tyson. Like it hurts that bad to wake up. He needs that kind of nap. You know what I'm saying? Where everything aches because you slept that hard. You know? He needs a nap. And he needs his fruit cup. I'm sorry. Because he's getting low in sugar. Okay? His sugar's low. He needs his fruit cup. He needs his meds. And he needs his nap. That's all he needs right now. But no, dude is going off and losing his doggone mind. And now his whole mind, his whole thoughts, etc., are all set on this. Today or last night, or technically today, it was today because he was posting all these things in the middle of the mother-loving night. So technically today, in the wee early hours of the morn, he decides, I have beef with the Pope. Yeah, I mean, Angelina, you ain't wrong. He most definitely taking those. He taking random power naps when he's sitting there in the corner while Pete Hegseth is talking. He's just like, his eyes are open. I don't know how he does it, but he definitely checks out. Okay, he's definitely checking out. But somebody needs to take his phone. He needs to go take his meds. He needs to take a nap and maybe a little fruit cup before, or like some lime jello before he goes to and takes his little nappy poo. But he needs a nap, like now. But let's take a look at this. Let's see what he's saying here. Pope Leo is weak on crime. I'm not going to do the whole thing. It's too much. Okay. But Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. He talks about fear of the Trump administration, but doesn't mention the fear that the Catholic Church and all other Christian organizations had during the Rona, okay, when they were arresting priests, ministers, and everybody else for holding church services, even when going outside and being 10 and even 20 feet apart. I like his brother Lewis better than I like him because Lewis is all MAGA. He gets it, and Leo doesn't. I don't want a pope who thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I don't want a pope who thinks it's terrible that America attacked Venezuela, a country that was sending massive amounts of rugs into the United States, and even worse, emptying their prisons, including murderers, rug dealers, and unalivers into our country, killers into our country. And I don't want a pope who criticizes the president of the United States because I'm doing exactly what I was elected in a landslide to do, setting record low numbers in crime and creating the greatest stock market history, greatest stock market in history. Leo should be thankful because I'm done. As everyone knows, he was a shocking surprise. He wasn't on any list to be pope and was only put there by the church because he was an American. And they thought that would be the best way to deal with Donald J. Trump. If I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican. Unfortunately, Leo's weak on crime, weak on nuclear weapons does not sit well with me, nor does the fact that he meets with Obama sympathizers like David Axelrod, a loser from the left, who is one of those who wanted churchgoers and clerics to be arrested. Leo should get his act together as Pope. Use common sense, stop catering to the radical left, and focus on being a great Pope, not a politician. It's hurting him very badly, and more importantly, it's hurting the Catholic Church. President Donald J. Trump. Yeah. It's kind of hard not to try to do it in his voice because all you can do is just hear what he's saying out loud. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he needs. Yeah. Thank you so much for the super chat, Angelina. And Angel in disguise. Sorry. Yeah. Trump needs like 2 new nappies, and he needs his diaper changed too. Like he's like, like my butthole's starting to itch. You know what I'm saying? He needs his diaper changed, and it's funny because I could sit here and say he needs. Is this the time that I would say he needs Jesus? Would that be the best timing to say he needs Jesus? No? Okay. Yeah, because how could he need him? How could he need himself? Because apparently he is Jesus. Apparently he is the Jesus. Apparently he is Jesus. Let's not that's crazy. He's like, I need me. You know what I mean? Oh my me. You know what I'm saying? No? Well, me, damn it. No? Oh, me. You know? No? Okay. It's just a little humor there. Little Jesus humor. You know Jesus, he's laughing. You know he's laughing. Not at my jokes. My jokes are terrible, but this whole thing of him like, what? He did what? So he needs a little bit of him, but he's already high off of him. You see what I'm saying? He's already high off himself. You know? What did Kanye say? Didn't he say something like, well, I'm going to be code wording the hell out of this, but he said, I don't need new stussy. I'm getting off my own D. Isn't that what he's doing right now too? Like he's just getting off on his own D. He don't need no new, hoo-ha, new cookie, because he's already getting off on his own D. I mean, that's literally what's going on. Am I right? I'm quoting Kanye, by the way. The song Power. Just so you know. Go listen to the song. You're gonna hear. You're gonna be like, oh my God, Pascal. No one man should have all that power. And then he's doing this now. This is blasphemous. He should know if he ever read the Bible. He would know, because I don't even think he knew that he had to put his hand on the Bible when he was swearing in the second time for his second term. I don't even think he was like, what is this? What is this Bible? The Holly Bible? What is that? I got to put my hand on what? That? But I'm a good Christian. I love Jesus. You know, I love Jesus. And yet, no. So he literally is getting off on his own. He don't need no woman. He getting off on his own stuff. He good. He is high on him. And I mean himself. That's some wild stuff, guys. Welcome to the show. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching this show right here. But he literally just said that, all of that. We just saw that a second ago, right? He said all of that. Okay, let me get this. Jesse, thank you so much. I appreciate the super chat. Let me just move this over a little bit. So thank you so much for the super chat, Jesse. He's making Teresa Giudice, right, look good, more emotional than all the Bravo housewives. Whoops, I meant that one. I guess it is fitting though, right? But yeah, I mean, I don't know about the Teresa Giudice thing. You know what I'm saying? I don't watch the housewives stuff. So somebody's going to have to give me a little backstory on that, but I'll take your word for it. You feel me? All I know is that every 5 seconds they're throwing drinks on each other and calling each other the B word, right? That's the only thing I know about the show. And flipping tables. Do they still flip tables on the show? Or is that a thing of the past? I don't know. The last time I saw it, it was that. You know what I mean? Yeah! Like that the entire time, and then just throwing Cosmos in each other's faces. You know? So the Teresa Giudice. Oh, she is the one who flipped the table? Word. See? Okay. Okay, Bella Nicole. Thank you. She is the one who flipped the table. Okay, cool. All right, cool. Bet. All right, then there you go. She flipped the table. Thank you. All right. I knew that part. That was like 7,000 years ago. It's crazy. That's how long ago I saw anything on this episode of Real Housewives of. You know what I mean? I don't know what they talk about now on the show. You know? But we're going to move on because we're not here to talk about the latest tea. Girl. I don't watch that stuff. Sorry. I just don't. But nonetheless, you heard that, right? You saw the photo. Even the Pope responded, which I don't have the video for. I got to find it again. But people are very upset about him doing what he did. And why would he go off on the Pope of all people? Why? It is really dumb, if you ask me, and a big waste of time. Here is a video of what they're saying. Hold on, let me show you. It says here, Pope, I have no fear of the Trump administration or speaking out loudly of the message of the gospel, which is what I believe I am here to do, what the church is here to do. Why would Trump not know about this? If he's such a good, God-fearing, church-loving, good old-fashioned, red, white, and blue Christian, why would he not know about the gospel and what the Pope is really there for? Why would he do that? Some people are now calling him the Antichrist, y'all. Trump, not the Pope. Sorry. Some people are calling Trump the Antichrist now. Real talk. How would he not know about the gospel when he sits there and says he's a good, God-fearing Christian? And you're going after one of the pillars, one of the leaders in faith. He should be standing with him, not going against him, and then insulting him. Literally, he went out. He's going off on the Pope. This is worse than this is as bad as punching a baby. I'm being real. You know that movie with Will Ferrell and what's his name? Zach Galifianakis, whatever, Janopoulos, whatever his name is. You know what I'm talking about. The Between Two Ferns guy, right? And in the movie, he accidentally punches a baby instead of you don't know? Okay. But I forgot the movie. I think it's called The Campaign or something like that. But anyway, this is bad. This is bad. You don't do this. Yes, Snuffleupagus. I don't know. You know who I'm talking about. Zach Galifianakis. There we go. Galifianakis. No, not The Hangover. It was the movie where he's playing like a politician, and it's between him and Will Ferrell, if I'm correct. And in this one moment, he accidentally it's crazy. It's crazy. But anyway, moving on. This is bad. This is not what you do. and what he's doing right now is real life. Okay? This is real life. Trump decided he woke up in the middle. See, this is the thing. He needs to have this thing locked away when he goes to bed. If he ever does go to bed. But let me continue. I'm sorry. I just forgot about the on the baby. I was like, what worse thing can you do? There's nothing. I mean, there's much more worse. True. But I mean, you're on a campaign. You're out here shaking hands and kissing babies. And next thing you know, you are, you know what I mean? And he's literally doing this to the Pope in real time for everyone to react. He is not well. This man he is not well. Okay? Trumpy Boo is not well, guys. You remember Biden? The worst thing Biden would do was come on, ice cream. And then, or poop himself on stage, or actually walk off the stage in the wrong direction. Like he would get lost on stage. Those are the worst things that he's done. He's never gone onto mother-loving Twitter or social media and say, a whole civilization's gonna die tonight. He's never done that. He never went off on prominent figures, pillars in our faith. He's never gone off on them. And we're seeing this in real time, and everyone's like, now. He's a good president. He means well. How are they gonna spin it this time? Oh, he spins it though. We gonna look at that too. Yes. Trump does spin it. Oh, he most definitely does, girl. He tries to spin this. It's unbelievable. We're going to have to look at it in just a minute. But let's get back to Pope. Okay, let's go back to Popey Poo. All right. God bless him. Okay. Or Trump bless him, because clearly Trump is now God. Okay. But nonetheless, oh my Trump. He says, we're not politicians. We don't deal with foreign policy with the same perspective he might understand, or with the same perspective he might understand it. But I do believe in the message of the gospel as a peacemaker, because last I checked, Jesus, God, okay, and apparently since Trump has a direct line to the big man upstairs, or big woman, okay, girl, all right, you'd think that he would say, yeah, I was, you know what? God is not cool with war. He's about peace. Isn't that what it is? Peace to you, my brother. Coexisting on this planet as one. Last I checked, the gospel does not say, let's just wipe out a whole civilization. It last I checked. Maybe because clearly Trump got the hookup, and maybe the good book has something in there where they're saying, yeah, nuke or wipe out an entire race of people. No big deal. Go for it. But let's hear what the Pope has to say. I mean, and I'm sure he's sitting there going like, why on God's green earth am I getting dragged into this mucky muck? I don't need this. I for damn sure don't need this. He didn't say damn, but you get what I'm saying. Okay? He don't want to be a part of this conversation, mang. And lo and behold, he a part of this conversation. Ain't this something? He's catching strays for what reason, guys? For what reason, man? That's very hard to hear.
I have no fear neither the Trump administration nor speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel. And that's what I believe. I am
Hold on. We gonna do better. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this guy. I
have no fear neither the Trump administration nor speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel.
I just witnessed an extraordinary moment on the papal flight from Rome to Algiers. It was quite a moment for Pope Leo when he came back through the back of the plane to greet the journalists. I was there listening intently as Pope Leo addressed questions about his reaction to President Donald Trump's harsh comments and criticism about him that Donald Trump posted on social media overnight. Well, Pope Leo was asked if he had any fear. He strongly said he does not fear the Trump administration and says he will continue to preach the gospel. Have a listen.
I have no fear neither the Trump administration nor speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel. And that's what I believe I am called to do, what the church is called to do. We're not politicians. We're not looking to make foreign policy, as he calls it, with the same perspective that he might understand it. But I do believe that the message of the gospel, blessed are the peacemakers, is a message that the world needs to hear today.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Blessed are the peacemakers is the message that the world needs to hear today. That's what he's saying. Blessed are the peacemakers. Blessed are the peacemakers. Let me just make that abundantly clear. Blessed are the peacemakers is the message that he is trying to put out here for everyone to hear. Okay? Because we're starting to forget and lose the plot here. This is a massive, massive problem in the world that we live in. And instead of Trump being like, okay, yes, amen to that, sir. Amen to that. Instead of that, he's going after the Pope and basically saying, you ugly. That's it. I don't like you. I don't like anything that you stand for. So you mean to tell me that the man who is all about peace and trying to bring the country together, at least as Christians, you know, as Christians in general, bring us all together, Because, you know, obviously Christianity is one big awning under, you know, over a bunch of branches of the of Catholicism or Christianity, right? You'd think that by him saying that, it would just bring the people together and obviously say the quiet part and the obvious part out loud, which is war is bad. Murder is bad. Taking people's lives is bad. But no, we're not looking at that. And well, we're actually seeing that for him, I'm sorry, but we're not getting that kind of reaction from Trump. Trump is mad because he realizes that everyone's seeing something that he's not willing to see, which is this war is doing nothing good for the people. Have we seen anything new that has changed for, you know, in the good, in the positive with this particular war? Have we seen any of that yet? No, we haven't. You got somebody who's hell-bent on trying to bring chaos and carnage, where you got somebody else who's taking the righteous path because that is his vocation. That is his job. That is why he is on this earth. That is why he was elected and chosen by the Vatican to be the face of Christianity or of the Catholic Church. And the last time I checked, he's somebody who's actually, and the difference between these two guys is that you got somebody who's actually practicing what he preaches and somebody who's lying to us, saying he's going to do one thing when he does the exact opposite. We've already been seeing that, and we're continuing to see that over and over and over again. When is it going to be a moment when the house in which he is inside of wakes the F up and says, okay, this guy's not right. This guy's not right. We do need to start changing something within the house, within this administration. All of those that are in his cabinet, they're all bootlickers. They're all scared to turn against Trump. Maybe because they're not fully used to, maybe they're not fully vetted. Maybe because they're not career political politicians. Maybe this is their first gig and they're very excited to be next to something so close to power, so close to having their hands on the brass ring that it's just so close that they can taste it, and therefore they don't want to do anything to muck anything up. But at the same time, at some point, this administration has to turn around and realize the people that's surrounding him, either they're so naive and so drunk by his power and his influence that someone eventually has to step forward and shake things up. This is not a situation which is going to be ideal for us for the next 2 years, 2.5 years, or however long we have left. How much more longer we have of this crap? How much more longer do we have of this crap? Again, like I said, guys, this is something when you have someone of the likes of the Pope actually saying out loud, "Blessed are the peacemakers," is what the world needs to hear today, right now. And the America is the one who isn't the peacemaker. We're on opposite day. We are in the upside down, in which we are the instigators. We are the ish disturbers. That's not good, guys, and extremely terrifying. Real quick, thank you, Star Fury. Appreciate it for the super chat. Thank you so much. We're living in interesting times. Even when I think it couldn't get any worse. Should we be worried? Let me just say this. Yes, we should. You want to know why I think we should be worried? I mean, we're already seeing it. We're seeing it in real time. We don't have somebody who's chill right now. Do you understand? We got a president right now who literally just last week said, I'm going to wipe out an entire civilization. He literally said that, guys. And I know some people are like, oh, you're so dramatic. Why is everybody being so dramatic about that? It's because he's got his finger on the trigger. He's got his finger on a button on the most successful, most dangerous, most volatile, one of the most strongest militaries in the freaking world. And if he just goes that way, they will go that way. And if he says scorched earth, they will do exactly that. He has that power. He doesn't need NBs, nukes. He doesn't need nuclear bombs. He doesn't need boom booms for that. He's got plenty of other things that could wipe out the entire civilization of a country. And he's got all that at the push of a button. Imagine that. Imagine that. He did that last week. Now he's going after faith leaders. So he'll rock with these fake evangelical preachers that are comparing him to Jesus Christ, literally, because they all need a buck and they're all grifting so that they can make $1. He'll believe those individuals who are full of crap, full of lies, and say, I don't like the Pope. Do you realize how insane and asinine that is? This is a you know what? This is wild. Maya Angelou said it best. If they tell you who they are, believe them. We saw in the first term. We believed the hell out of him in the first term. We knew exactly who he was. And guess what? We still brought this guy back. Hey now, my boyfriend's back. Right? Same old boyfriend. We still in the same crap all over again. Yet it's getting worse because now he has all this power. He has all this control. And he thinks he could do whatever the hell he wants. Think about that for a second, guys. Put that in your mother-loving pipe and smoke on it for a second. We've been known who he was. We believed him the first time. Why do we have him back right now? He is literally walking us into a disaster. This ain't even a dead end. It's an end, and it's about to be deadly. But this ain't a dead end. It's going to keep on going, and it's going to get even worse. This dumpster fire is in flames, multicolored flames. That's usually, that's not a good thing. And yet we are letting this thing go. We are letting this thing go. And now he's going off on the Pope. He went off on MAGA, his MAGA support, his team, the people who literally hoisted him on their shoulders and said, he's going to make America great again. He's going to make America great again. And what did he do? He said, I poop in your mouth. You're nothing. You're poop. This is what happens. Look, y'all are poop. I'm amazing. Low IQs, every single, this is the man that we're dealing with. And now he went from low IQs for the people who supported him to the man who sits, who's got a direct line to to JC, to the Jesus Christ, to the big man upstairs and woman upstairs. God. And he's sitting there going, don't like you, like your brother better, because he likes me. If you don't like me, you can go kick rocks. Go on and kick rocks. I don't like you, Pope, whatsoever. What in the hell is going on here, guys? He's starting to sound like an evil bad guy. Like that arch nemesis guy. You know what I mean? Like, a civilization would die tonight. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of stuff I'm vibing. He is turned into like a Voldemort, or Claw. I'll get you next time, Gadget. Next time. He's turning into Claw. Literally, he's turning into Claw. Literally. Have mercy. Trace, I missed it, so I'm just reading this off screen, okay? So thank you so much for the super chat. Have you thought about becoming a politician? Yeah. A politician? No, I'm too funny for that. No. You know what? No. I lied. Yes, I have thought about it. I have. Once. Just once. And no. I've thought about it. I have. Not during this time. Not during Trump administration or anything. I mean, shoot. Let me just keep it a bean with y'all, okay? I think anybody now should feel like they could run for president or become a politician, because if Trump can do it, fill in the sentence. Finish the sentence. You know what I'm saying? If Trump can do it. So I've thought about it in the past, long time ago. And it just wasn't, no, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it personally. I know you guys always jokingly put in there like Pascal 2028, that kind of thing. It's hilarious. I find it funny and endearing. It's very much. It's very cute, but no, no, I couldn't do it. I couldn't personally. But at the same time, there are plenty of other people out there that I would get behind. There's a lot of people that I would support. You know what I mean? But that is something, that's a no for me, dog. I think I like my life way too much, and that kind of stress would be too much. You know what I'm saying? With all the other stresses that go on in all of our lives, I already have enough. You see what I'm saying? I don't need any more. So for me, nah, right? Genobi, what's up? Thank you so much, General Genobi. I salute you. What's up? I live for the day. I live for the day he puts a face on Muhammad. Puts a face on Muhammad in a meme, and it's the Salman Rushdie all over again. Yeah. Wait for it, because he might do it. You never know. The Muslim world will lose it. They do not tolerate putting a face to God. Please do it. I'm here for it. Repercussions. Yeah. But here's the thing. The MAGA base is very upset about all this. Okay? Wanda, thank you so much. Yeah, you're too sane to be a politician. Yeah. And I know I got some friends in the political realm. Okay? You gotta be a little, you gotta be a little crazy, I'm not sitting here saying every politician is insane. That's not at all what I'm saying. But there are a lot of politicians that are out there that, with all due respect, they just nuck and futz. Some of them just crazy. Okay, and so for me, no, I like my life way too much. Like, I want my life to be more, of course, but I love what I do. I just would love to be able to make more money doing what I love to do, right? Doing this, much bigger platform, blah, 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 and also I don't need death threats. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I like my life simple. When it gets complicated, when it gets too, there's too much drama, I shut down. I don't like it. I try to deflect or walk away from it. That's just me. You know what I mean? As best as I can. But there are plenty of people that are wild and crazy enough and bold enough to do what they need to do to be a politician and be in the game. You know what I'm saying? And more power to them. And good night and good luck. You feel me? But that's just me. Now, here's the thing, okay? People are very upset. There's been absolute outrage over these posts that Trump has been putting up, those two at least. Then he put up another post of like a Trump hotel on the moon, okay? And then, just talking about how they're saying he's done so many great things, you know what I mean? Another post about something that he did, that he was some article about something that he's done that they were praising him for, right? But nonetheless, MAGA has been very upset about what's been going on. They're like, hail to the no. This cannot be real. That he is out here posting things as if he is Jesus Christ himself. So outrage from Trump's closest allies begging him to show humility after Jesus' image goes viral and Iran's top leader slams insult to Pope Leo. So now you got, see, this is the, let me, can I just point something out? You realize we live in a weird time when you have the likes of somebody like Trump going off on the Pope, and then the leader of the country that we're supposed to be having beef with comes in defense of the Pope. Do you understand how wild that is? Let me also point this out too. Remember last week or like the week before ish really hit the fan, where the president, if I'm correct, of Iran sent out a letter to the American people and said, we understand that the beef that we have is not with you, American people. It's with Trump. Do you remember that crap? That the president of Iran tried to level with the American people and saying, yeah, we understand that you in an abusive relationship. Yeah, we understand you're with this tyrannical man. We understand that fully. Hence the reason why we're trying to reach out to y'all and say, it's not on y'all, it's on him. We don't have beef with you, American people, because we know you ain't the ones who said you wanted to do this in the first place. We got a problem with your mans, though. Get your house in order, American people, now, because your mans is out here wilding. That's what, well, you know, obviously I'm paraphrasing, right? Because he didn't say that verbatim. That was the, you know, the black translator, okay? But nonetheless, that's what they did. They said that to the American people. Now you got them defending the Pope. You know, when you're living in a weird time is when something like that is happening. When we should be looking at them as evildoers, right? We should be looking at them like they're bad people, very, very bad people. And now top Iranian leaders are coming in, swinging in defense of the Pope, of a religion that a good majority of that country doesn't even practice. You understand how wild that is, right? We are literally in the upside down. We are literally in the upside down. Let's take a look at this. Conservatives are expressing outrage after Trump posted that image portraying himself as Jesus Christ superstar. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Okay, featuring fractures among his evangelical base after rebuking, I rebuke thee in the name of Jesus, or in the name of, you know, if it was Trump, in the name of me. But moving on, after rebuking Pope Leo over the weekend, following critical remarks, and he did it on a Sunday night. You understand that that was on a Sunday night, y'all. Even on the holy day, even on the Sabbath, he was going off on the Pope. Do you realize how insane that is? He was already dropping F-bombs and all that on Easter Sunday, the day that the Lord had risen. And then on this Sunday, he decides to go off on the Pope. So he did this over the weekend following critical remarks that the president should be a peacemaker amid the Iran war. Trump posted an AI-generated image of himself as Jesus Cristo. So the image shows him draped in white with a red shawl, which of course is Jesus attire, just so you know. Placing his hands glowing with a divine light on a sick patient in a hospital bed as a soldier, a nurse, and others look in adoration. Behind him are some U.S. motifs, like the Statue of Liberty and American flag. Above him are what appears to be angels. One seems to have horns. Yes, it does. I was like, is that the devil? Why is the devil in the sky amongst other angels? Are they demon angels? What the hell's going on? Are they archangels? What is going on? The post has since been deleted from President Trump's Truth Social account. I assume someone has already told him, but it behooves the president both spiritually and politically to delete the picture, no matter the intent. This is what a conservative commentator, Michael Knowles, wrote. By the way, Michael Knowles is basically on the Daily Beast lineup. You know, he's a podcaster, and I think he does his show underneath Ben Shapiro's Daily Beast. Or is it Daily Beast? The Daily Wire, I'm sorry. Daily Wire show, okay? Daily Wire production, okay? So Michael Knowles, of all people, was putting that out, being like, yo, you are out of pocket on this. Right-wing influencer Riley Gaines reacted, why? Seriously, I cannot understand why he'd post this. Is he looking for a response? Does he actually think this? Either way, two things are true. A little humanity, number one, a little humanity would serve him well, and God shall not be mocked. This is what Riley Gaines put up. Okay? Trump's ridicule of the Pope got attention from Iranian President Pezeshkian, okay, who piled on the controversy. See, that's Jesus. I want to make that abundantly clear. You see that this is Jesus with his face on Jesus's body. Okay, it's very important. And then, of course, you know about Riley Gaines, who is a conservative activist. Sure. Okay, but she's a commentator. All right. Big time. Very much against trans competing in women's sports. Okay, that's kind of her claim to fame, if you want to know. I condemn the insult of your excellency on behalf of the great nation of Iran and declare that this desecration of Jesus, the prophet of peace and brotherhood, is not acceptable to any free person. I wish you glory by Allah. This is what the Iranian official wrote. So even an ex-Trump ally and Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm joking, went further, saying that the post is quote unquote more than blasphemy, and it's an antichrist spirit. The post comes off the heels of Trump claiming that Pope Leo 70, was only made president because he was an American, adding, if I wasn't in the White House, Pope Leo, wouldn't be in the Vatican. Yeah. So, remember this face. It's very important that you remember this image. Because now we're about to see something that he said just a little bit ago. And in this interview that we're about to see, because he did do another press conference, I'm sure it's already happened or it's about to happen, and we'll get into it here. We'll be checking it out anyway. But I want to make this abundantly clear. They asked him about the images that he posted on the image of him as Jesus Christ, posting it on Truth Social. He answers that question in this live. And the answer he has is pure comedy gold. Just take a listen to this press conference. Impromptu.
Mr. President, on Iran, if the deal is not reached by the end of the ceasefire, does your threat from before still stand?
Yeah, I don't want to comment on that, but it won't be pleasant for them. Let me put it that way.
Do you still plan to charge a toll to use the Strait of Hormuz?
Has your timetable changed in any way in terms of ending this conflict?
No, it's going on. Just right now, there's no fighting. Right now, we have a blockade. They're doing no business. I didn't like seeing boats come out if they were doing business with Iran, but if they weren't, no boats came out. So now Iran is doing absolutely no business, and we're going to keep it that way very easily. Don't forget, their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft is gone, their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone. That's a lot.
Do you still want to charge us
coming from predominantly going to China, Mr. President? Has Xi Jinping reached out? I know you're going to be...
No, but we have a very good relationship with China. He would like to see this ended also. He certainly wants it ended. Everyone, I want to see it ended too, but we can't give a nuclear weapon to a group of people that have caused nothing but havoc for 47 years. Look, I'm...
Hold on. Hold on, guys. Before things start going haywire. Hold on. One second, guys. Hold on. Come on. Where you at? Let's try this again. Come on. Sorry, one second, guys. This is what happens when you got too many things going on. Okay. I think we should be Gucci now. Too many windows open and everything, and then this thing just gets overwhelmed. But we should be back to normal. Let's play again.
We can't give a nuclear weapon to a group of people that have caused nothing but havoc for 47 years. Look, I'm the president that's done something about it. This should have been, and many other presidents regret that they didn't. Yeah, so I'm doing something about it.
Ukraine impeachment documents that were just declassified show that Eric Charanella not only submitted false information, but that he had no direct knowledge of the alleged conversation. It was all hearsay. Do you feel vindicated by those?
Yeah, I do. They're a bunch of crooked people. You're talking about with respect to all of the things that they put against me? Yeah. Well, it's come out that in so many different ways. Thank you very much for that question. I appreciate it. But in so many different ways, the election was rigged. The 2020 election was rigged. We found that out.
There we go.
What you just said is just a piece of that. It's a big piece, but minor, relatively speaking, compared to what they did. They cheated in the election. They cheated on the vote. And they cheated in every way possible. And it's the only way we got an incompetent man to be a president. And he was an incompetent man. Many of the things that we're talking about, even including this would have been settled a long time ago, not now. And it should have been settled by other presidents. But the election was a rigged election. We can't let that happen to our country.
It's concealment of exculpatory information. What should happen?
Well, it's a very serious charge against them and the Democrats. They cheat. They can't get elected with their policy. So their policy is no good. They want to have, open borders. They want to have men playing in women's sport. Do you think that men should play in women's sports?
I really don't have an opinion on that.
You don't? I'll bet you do.
No,
So this was DoorDash, okay? There's another video of him actually getting his DoorDash order, okay? So that's also crazy. But this is really happening. He really did get DoorDash of McDonald's. I'm not kidding. Not a lie. Not at all. Not a lie at all. He really, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So let's continue. He really did get his Big Mac and his large drink and all that. Let's continue.
I'm here about
Pizza.
no tax on tips.
Yeah. Okay.
Madam President, maybe know your name, please, since you delivered to the White House before.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is it your understanding that during this period of time, while the U.S. has instituted this naval blockade, that oil companies will be able to send their oil tankers through the Strait, get more oil out from this area?
Yeah, I think they're going to be doing very well there, and I think they're doing very well here. You know, a lot of tankers are coming up here. They're coming in empty and out full. And we have a great capacity to take care of that business.
Ma'am, may we know your name, please? Have you delivered to the White House before?
I have not. My name is Sharon Simmons.
And are the White House good tippers? Do you know?
Wait.
Potentially. Yes, very.
Mr. President, can I ask?
Perfect timing. Yeah, they're great. Great. Yeah, they tip very well. They tip very well. She said, well, probably not. They probably don't tip very well. But again, what is This is real, y'all. This is real. This is very, very real. This is real life. This is not a movie. This is not, we're not watching Veep. Yeah. This is truly real.
That's good. Thank you. You reminded me.
Mr. President, one on Cuba, sir. You previously said that you had no problem with countries sending fuel to Cuba after previously promising to tariff them. What happened? What changed?
Well, we're going to see with Cuba. Cuba's another story. Cuba's been a terribly run country for a long time. It's got a bad system. It's been very oppressive, as you know. And we have a lot of great Cuban Americans, all of whom just about voted for me. And they were treated very badly. In many cases, family members have been killed. They've been beaten up and mugged, and terrible things happen in Cuba. And Cuba's a failing nation. And we're going to do this, and we may stop by Cuba after we're finished with this. But Cuba is a nation that was just been horribly run for many years by Castro.
You said may stop by regulator Bill Pulte. Regarding those two recent referrals for Letitia James for insurance fraud, do you know if federal prosecutors have evidence to charge?
Well, I don't know. I know she's a very corrupt person. And you're talking about the so-called Attorney General of New York. She's a very corrupt person. That's been proven now. And I know I have nothing to do with it, but they're looking at things all over the place, more than one state, concerning her and concerning people like Comey, who's a dirty cop. Comey's a dirty cop, and dirty cops are bad. Nobody likes the police more than me, the law enforcement more than me, but Comey's a totally dirty cop.
How do you feel about Jesus, though? How's your relationship with the big man upstairs, though?
And we're not gonna stand for it. Yeah.
The UFC fight that's happening at the White House this summer. UFC typically numbers those fights consecutively, but should they label this one UFC 1776?
That's a good idea. I'll tell that to Dana White. I like that idea, actually. I will say I've been involved with a lot of big events. I have never had an event that's had more interest in the UFC fight that we have right at the front door. Right there, they're going to start building about a 4,500 seat arena. And then in the back, at the Ellipse, we're going to have maybe 100,000, 50 to 100,000 people, I guess. They're building tremendous stages, and you're going to have massive screens of the fight. And it's a very popular sport. But I have never been involved, because of the White House and everything. There's a lot of reasons for it. But we're having a fight at the White House on June 14th, and we're going to have an arena built right at the front door.
Oh, wow.
And if you want, is your husband up to coming, you think? Does he like UFC?
He might.
If he's feeling good, we'll make sure you come, okay?
That would be wonderful.
That's
Thank
better
you.
than the tip I just gave you, I'll tell you. That's a lot better. But no, if he's feeling good, right?
Yeah.
Is he doing okay? Is he going to be okay?
He's doing very well. He's doing very well. He actually, during the process, he wrote a book. And
Go ahead, give him the name. Maybe you'll
he hasn't had it published yet, but it's a book on humility, and his name is Leo, and he's just
good guy.
Doing good. He's doing great.
How long are you married?
We have been married for 6 years.
Oh, that's good.
But we've, like most people, we've been together for over 10. So
that's very good.
Yeah.
Well, that's very nice to say hello to him. He's going to be good. Okay, he's going to get better and he's going to be good.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
I want to thank you all, and I especially want to thank you for being here.
Well, I want to thank you
Thank you very
for
much.
the no tax on tips.
So that's good.
It has helped my family out immensely, and I definitely appreciate it. Thank
It's
you.
so nice. You know, the one thing that I just in leaving, we've had more good press for a change, having to do with the fact that people are receiving more money from their tax refunds than they ever thought possible. We had a man the other day got $5,000. Another one got $7,000. They weren't expecting anything like this, and it's because of the great big beautiful bill.
Oh boy.
And that's why you came, and I really appreciate it. And tell your husband to get better.
I will.
I love the timing. Isn't the timing amazing? The timing is just chef's kiss. Yeah, it's Delulu. It's for sure Delulu land.
If you're feeling good, you'll come up and you'll watch that fight.
All
okay,
right.
June 14th.
I appreciate it.
All
Thank
right?
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Take
much.
care of yourself.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna check out that. I forgot to show that to you guys yesterday, but the video in which he's walking in to a UFC event, and the reaction's not that great. Not as what it was like last year. You know what I mean? When he walked into a UFC fight. But let's move on.
Any update on
Thank you.
DOJ though,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President?
Your
reaction
You went
to
to
Victor
lead
Orban?
DOJ. Any update on who you went to lead DOJ? Who you're going to nominate?
Well, I think Todd, as far as doing a fantastic job, I will say that. He's a great lawyer. I know that because he's been.
He's your lawyer, so that would possibly, wouldn't that be conflict of interest? If he's your lawyer and then he's also playing as the main, like he stays as head attorney general, or head of the DOJ, would that be I feel like that would be conflict of interest, right?
With me a long time, and so far he's doing a great job. But we have incredible people in the DOJ, getting better all the time. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
You want to come in for a second? Come on in.
Thank you.
Yeah, split the burger, split the burger with them. With him. He doesn't seem like the type who would share, though. He doesn't give me the vibe that he would share. Does he give the vibe that he would share? I just don't see it. I just don't see that. I just don't. Hold on. It's so crazy that he would just suddenly he just has like this. He's hell bent on hold on. Yeah, they're saying, hold on. There we go. Here's the part. Just trying to find it. I found it.
Hormuz, Strait, and various other things. Do you have any questions?
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and it had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people.
Stop! Oh my God, stop. You of all people should know whether or not that is of Jesus Christ or a mother-loving doctor. Last I checked, I have not seen. Last I checked, doctors don't have light shooting out of their hands. Okay? What is this? Did he think it's Marvel? It's giving Marvel. It's giving the medical industry. I love it. I love it. Where's Tony Stark? Tony Stark is me. I am Tony Stark. So he thinks, he really thinks, and where was the last time you saw a doctor wearing like straight up robes? Real talk. No. Forget it. Forget all that. Forget the robes. What gets to me is that light is shooting out the man's hands. Then you got the heavens opening up in the background. You have all these people standing around him and they're doing this like in prayer. And you mean to tell me you don't think that was a depiction of you as Jesus Christ? The hell? Hold on, guys. Hold on. He said what again? What came out of his gob? What he say again?
Me, I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which
he stuttered right there. So he knows he lying. He know what is about to trip out of his face. It gonna be a lie.
we support, and only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better. As an example, the 11,000, I understand your husband's going through treatment.
Stumbling all over that, grasping at straws, trying to make a miracle happen is exactly what we just saw in real time. He literally just said the fake news media is lying about this and making this whole thing up. And that is of him as a doctor. And yeah, so what he just said is fake news is actually doing truth and real news. Okay? Because we can't let him just say, oh, what you see there is not what you see. When in actuality, it is what we're seeing. He's saying he's a doctor, so then where's the stethoscope? How about that? Where's the little where's the clipboard, in his hand? How about that? Shoot, where's the scrubs? We can even go that far. Where the damn scrubs? Here's the other thing too. He also said that this is something that helps. He goes and he helps people. He's been healing people. Okay, so what about the 14, 15 soldiers that are dead right now? You help heal people? You're hurting people. People are getting maimed. Thousands of people are dead overseas right now. You got mother-loving soldiers coming back in body bags, in boxes. So what are you talking about? That is a doctor. It screams Red Cross. You don't see it? I see it. Pure, tragic, comedic gold. Because he's gaslighting his people still to this day. Do you understand? When he sits there, this is the same thing that we've been seeing every single time he gets on a podium, or every single time his team gets onto a microphone. All they're doing is saying, what you're seeing with your own two eyes is not what you're really seeing. That is a mirage. That is a figment of your own imagination. It is an exaggeration of what's truly going on. When in actuality, it is exactly what's going on. Now, here's the thing. Some people may go, Pascal, why are you tripping over this? This is just, it's trivial. It's small. It's nothing. It's a thing that we're all going to forget about later. No, it's not. This is a massive problem because we're seeing the same patterns over and over again. The gaslighting is real, y'all. The gaslighting is gaslighting more than you've ever seen before, of the likes you've ever seen before. We're seeing it all in real time. And it starts with the small stuff, and it keeps on getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger because he thinks that he can continue to lie. And what's wild is that his MAGA base, because there's still a lot of them out there that are still saying, Trump can do no wrong. He can do no wrong. He's a saint, right? They're literally going to sit there and go, no, I see it. That's a doctor. Yeah, if you squint one eye and then you make the other one look to the far left, and I don't mean politically, okay? But you look over to the far left, and then hey yo, Ray, throw some dust into that eye real quick. Just pick up a big handful of dirt off the ground, throw it right in my eye, okay? And somebody else blow in this eye at the same damn time. Yeah, I can kind of see I see a doctor. Yeah, I see a doctor right there. I see it. Yeah. It's like a doctor and his scrubs are covered in blood. What? Because somebody out there gonna sit there and make it up and go, yep, that's exactly what it is. My Lord, please, we are not dumb. Please, we are not dumb. Please, we are not dumb. We need to start continuing. We need to continue to use our brains, okay? Make America use their brains again. I know that's a lot more than just the MAGA acronym, but real talk, we need to bring that back. Okay, Carbonized, thank you so much for the love. I can't pull it up here. Sorry, still learning this program. So that's the McDonald's light. That's the McDonald's light coming out of his hands. Yeah, because all of them chemicals that they pump in their food and their meats that ain't even real meats. You feel me? Okay. Praise burger. All hail cholesterol. Damn right. Okay. Damn right. Damn right indeed. Let me check this one out. How would he know? How would he know her husband is ill? Because apparently DoorDash grandma she's literally raising money off of the tips that she's making off of DoorDashing to help her husband. I guess he's sick, and all the money is going to medical bills. Just so you know, okay. So yeah, that's the reason why he knows, and that's the reason why she showed up right then and there. Perfect timing, right? Yeah. How would we know? It's because that's why she was there in the first doggone place, right? Oh yeah, thank you so much for the love. I would like to see a reporter call him out on his lies. Yeah, if they actually don't want to get kicked out, I think a lot of them are scared of that. Real talk. I think a lot of them are very, very scared of that. Sharon, thank you so much for your super sticker. Thank you so very much for the donation. I appreciate that so very much. But again, guys, he's sitting here and he's gaslighting the American people all over again. That's exactly what he's doing. He's gaslighting the American people all freaking over again. And somebody wild enough is going to sit there and go, yep, I see it. I see the doctor. I can see why he got confused and thought it was a doctor. No. Sorry, but no. All right. So they staged that whole thing to basically say, hey, look, see, we got this whole thing going on for DoorDash grandma because the tips that she's making that are not getting touched by taxes, she's able to use all 100% of her tips to go and help get her husband well again. That's literally what's happening. So it was all a staged piece of trash to basically say, Big Beautiful Bill's doing its thing. We're saving a lot of people. So yeah, so again, the press conference that I thought that they were going to have in the Oval Office was actually the press conference that we ended up watching outside the Oval Office. So that press conference existed already. We already saw it. Where is it? Oh, where is it? There you go. Mary, thank you so much for the love. Appreciate it. The Red Rooster is abusing his power. Yeah. Yep. Indeed. What the heck? Indeed, he is. But we've been known that. That's the ongoing issue. All right. And in the meantime, while all that is happening, he shut down the Strait of Hormuz. And we talked about this at length yesterday. But it's actually going down now. That's currently happening right now as we speak. And they say allegedly Iran speedboats are floating around. You know, these huge tankers, these huge battleships that are literally blocking off the Strait of Hormuz. Hold on, let me get this super chat or this members chat. Thank you so much for the love and being a member for 3 months. I appreciate it, Annie Jean. This clearly is not a doctor. Lies again. Pascal, you got me laughing so hard. Your face is priceless. This is ridiculous. Blasphemy. It is. I agree. It is absolute blasphemy. 110% nothing but blasphemy. But what are we expecting? Did we expect anything different? Did we expect anything less from the likes of President Trump? I'm sorry. But I've been lied. I feel like I've been lied to and bamboozled way too many times with this particular administration, this term, to the point where I feel like all of us should be sick of the BS. Truly. Let's take a look at a few more things here. Crazy, guys.
Starting now, the U.S. military will begin enforcing a full-scale blockade of all maritime traffic into and out of Iran as Navy minesweepers clear a path to open the Strait of Hormuz after high-stakes peace talks end without a deal. Welcome to a brand new hour of America's Newsroom. I'm Dana Perino.
Morning to you. I'm Bill Hemmer. Here we go. This is the hour. The fate of the 2-week ceasefire unclear as Iran refuses to give up on its nuclear program. The U.S. declaring a naval blockade against Iran after both sides walked away from the talks late on Saturday. The Strait of Hormuz is a key flashpoint as the president ramps up the pressure continuously on Tehran.
Their military is destroyed. Their whole Navy is underwater. Other nations are working so that Iran will not be able to sell oil, and that will be very effective. But there are many boats heading toward our country to fill up with oil and then go and take it. So they're not going to go through the Hormuz Strait, and ultimately that'll be corrected.
And we have Fox team coverage. General Jack Keane is standing by. Alex Hogan has an update from the White House, but first, Matt Finn is near the Strait. He is live in Dubai. Hi, Matt.
Hi, Dana. The president says that U.S. blockade of ships entering or exiting Iranian ports is going into effect at this hour out on the Strait of Hormuz in the distance behind me on the Persian Gulf. Now, over the weekend, CENTCOM says that for the first time since this war began, 2 U.S. destroyers entered the strait. The U.S. ships are working to clear any mines, along with the help of underwater drones. And now President Trump says the U.S. will block Iranian ports out on the Hormuz Strait, potentially devastating Iran's economy. The president writing, Iran promised to open the Strait of Hormuz, and then they knowingly failed to do so. As they promised, they better begin the process of getting this international waterway open and fast. Every law in the book is being violated by them. Now, Iran is warning its military may retaliate, threatening wreckage and a reckoning. An Iranian military spokesperson is saying if the security of the ports of the Islamic Republic of Iran in the waters of the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman is threatened, no port in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman will remain safe. Now, here in the Middle East, a UAE official estimates that 800 commercial ships have been left stranded throughout all this, and about 400 are fuel tankers. Dana? Bill?
Okay, keep us posted on all of that there as he's in the region. Thank you, Matt.
So from there, Dana, we move to the White House. Alex Hogan watching there. And Alex, good morning.
Good morning, Bill. So the president says that this should go into effect right now. He has been ordering the Navy to not only blockade the Strait of Hormuz, but also sweep the critical waterway of mines. Today, we're seeing that oil once again surpassing $100 a barrel. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche says the Department of Justice will prosecute anyone buying or selling sanctioned Iranian oil. President Trump told Fox's Maria Bartiromo yesterday the Iranians will feel this pressure.
They come back and they give us everything we want. And I told my people, I want everything. I don't want 90%. I don't want 95%. I told them I want everything.
And then last night, he struck a different tone about the future of negotiations.
No, I don't care if they come back or not. If they don't come back, I'm fine. Their military is gone. Their missiles are largely.
He says this a lot, but Black Anonymous, thank you so much. Again, yes. Excuse me. Think of this. None of this. No one wanted this to happen, and none of this needed to happen. Okay, let's keep that. Let's keep it a bean. Okay, the real rebel, Eric. Thank you so much. It is something called electric shock. Yeah. We are in a very interesting. We are living in some interesting times. Okay, let's just completely keep that real. Very, very interesting times, and I don't know what to tell y'all right now. I don't know what's going on right now. And yes, it is already blocked. The Strait of Hormuz. This is a few hours old, but the Strait of Hormuz is officially blocked. Okay. It is already happening right now as we speak. Now everyone's literally sitting at the edge of their seat, waiting to see if Iran's going to, attack or something of that sort. Because clearly, Iran thinks and believes that this Strait of Hormuz is theirs, and that that America should not have any part of this. But let's be real. Let's talk about this for a second. If Trump successfully takes over the Strait of Hormuz, then that would mean the likes of Russia and China would have to do deals with America. Do you realize how wealthy that America could actually be or get? Or actually, I don't even know if it would be for us. It would be more like for Trump, I have a feeling. Because it'd be through Jared Kushner, which is basically his human version. Like literally Jared Kushner is Trump's human version of an offshore account. You realize that, right? Think about that for a second. Let that sink in your brain for a hot minute. Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, the one who's boinking Ivanka Trump, is literally Trump's human version, human embodiment of an offshore account. Think about all the deals that Trump has been doing as of late. Even these peace negotiations that are going on, or that did go on, Jared Kushner was there. Jared Kushner is in big cahoots, very good connection with Bibi Netanyahu. In a way I never even expected, never even knew. That man grew up with Bibi Netanyahu around him. Jared Kushner is who we're talking about here. The same man who is married to President Trump's daughter, Ivanka. The same man that was part of the administration in the first term, and he is not a part of that administration anymore because he's too busy doing big money deals and making this man, President Donald J. Trump, a lot of money. But here's the thing. It's going through Jared Kushner. Trump doesn't have it physically in his hands, but he has it. Jared Kushner is basically laundering his money. Put that in your pipe and smoke on it for a second. Oh, there's plenty of deals, Jamie. There's a lot of deals that we don't know that are actually going on with Jared Kushner. Think about the whole Gaza Strip. Why there was peace in the Middle East for like a month, if you really want to consider that peace in the Middle East. That whole deal that was going to go down with Gaza was going to be a huge financial win for the Kushner/Trump family. Massive, massive deal. Don't be sleeping on Jared Kushner, everybody. That's all I'm saying. Don't you be sleeping on Jared Kushner. Every time you hear his name, you start asking questions. Why is he there? Why is he having his nose in any of this business? Why? That's what you should be doing. Think about it. Think about it for a second. He's all up in this stuff. But now he's the man behind the man, and he's behind the curtain. And that's where you get the richest. That's where you get the real wealth. Think about that. We're going to have to talk about Jared Kushner. We're going to have to talk about him. But let's continue. Like I said, he all up in this stuff. For what reason? For fiduciary reasons. Guys, it's for financial reasons. All right? Think about him. He is literally an offshore account that also is going around making deals for the likes of President Trump. And, whatever Jared Kushner gets, he gets that money, but also Trump's getting that piece of that pie too. He's getting the deals too. You really think that he's going to not cut his own father-in-law in on the deal. He's using Trump's name to get into these rooms. Understand that too. Understand also that Trump pardoned his dad too. Jared Kushner's daddy. In the first term. Yeah, like I said, we need to have a conversation about Jared Kushner and his papas. His crook of a dad. Crazy. Y'all, I'm learning things that I never thought I'd learn. Just so you know. Trump on phone call with Fox and Friends. Wow. Okay, I'm going to look at that in a little bit. Thank you so much for the comment. Who just said that? End of times. quite a screen name. It's not the end of times, not yet at least. If it is, I'll let you guys know. We still okay, but we're not fully back to where we were before this term started. Let's just say that. Okay, but we're not far from. We're not end of times, but we're things keep going the way they're going. We could get there pretty damn quick.
Depleted. The manufacturing capability for missiles and drones is largely defeated.
21 hours of negotiations this weekend ended with no deal. Vice President J.D. Vance presented a final offer to Iran, which includes red lines like ending uranium enrichment and fully reopening the Strait with no more tolls. While Iran claims it is still in control of the critical waterway, saying this: contrary to the false claims of certain enemy officials, the Strait of Hormuz is open for the passage of non-military vessels under smart control and management in accordance with specific regulations. So again, we are watching this developing story to see what happens in the next minutes or potentially hour as we watch that waterway. We're also following some latest reaction from Iranian officials. One Iranian official saying that the president is bluffing. Another Iranian parliament member now saying, quote, to the president, if you fight, we will fight. Bill?
Be sure to like.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know. Everyone's wondering if who's gonna launch the first missile. You got to remember they also have underwater drones now. They actually have explosive underwater drones now as well that they could just launch. And all things could go really, really bad. Everything can go Brian Noam, tits up, real fast. So now everyone is sitting at the edge of their seats waiting for someone to strike first. We'll see about that, though.
All right, now 10:30.
Hold on now. We're not going to look at that just yet. In fact, I do want to show I do want to share this with y'all, the part where he receives his Mickey D's. Okay, he gets his fix. Okay, take a look at this.
Perfect. Yeah, nice to see you.
Nice to meet you. I have your DoorDash order for you, Mr. President.
Oh, that's very nice. Look at this.
This doesn't look staged, does it?
They're all your favorites.
Well, at least thank God he said the quiet part out loud. This doesn't look staged now, does it? Wow. He's got a lot more Dorito dust on his face today than usual, I've noticed. It's like they just applied it to get ready for this, right? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. You know what I mean? I'm Jesus Christ. But this is crazy. But he's trying to show, like, look. Big, beautiful bill helping the people. No taxes on tips.
So these are good. DoorDash is doing a good job. So the reason for this is the fact that I heard you picked up an extra $11,000 that you didn't get because the tax bill was so big. The refund was the biggest you've ever had. Is that a correct statement?
It definitely was. Yeah, I saved over $11,000 by not having to claim.
Was that surprising to you?
It was very surprising. Very
The
surprising.
great big beautiful bill. And that doesn't include overtime in your case. This is only just based on what we did in terms of every other aspect of the tax bill, right?
Why does this bring me back to a time back in like the 90s when it'd be like, it's a commercial or like a PSA for kids to not do drugs. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh my God, Michael Jordan. Yeah, kids, you know drugs ain't cool. You know, when I was a kid, all I would do is practice. Now I went away from that, and now my life is a slam dunk. You're right, Michael Jordan. I want to be like you. I want to be like Mike. You know what I'm saying? Do you not get that vibe? Like, it's one of those old school, like, don't do drugs, kids. You know what I mean? Or like, stranger danger. You know? Well, thanks to this beautiful, this great big beautiful bill. Oh, cheap more to the camera. Great big beautiful bill. You've been able to save $11,000 to help your husband get well again. Yeah. Thank you, big beautiful bill. You know what I'm saying? Does it not scream a little bit of that? You know what I mean? Oh, man. Mr. T. You know what I mean? Anything for the kids. You know what I'm saying? Does that give you a little bit? No. Okay, maybe I'm the only one. Okay, I'm the only one. That's fine. That's fine. Thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate it. Again, thank you. Pascal, did you see an automatic draft will begin in December for males? Yes, 18 to 25 to be correct. At least last I checked, unless they moved it up a year. But yes, 18 to 25. Yes, young males. Forget college. You're going to learn by the streets of hard knocks or the streets of war by getting thrown into the ish. Yeah. So we all know about that too. Okay. Which is absolutely crazy. But yeah. No one else sees that? It's like a crazy infomercial type thing. One of those PSAs. Well, you see a white van driving down the street, and a man offers you some candy. Say no, kids, and scream, stranger danger. You know? Thank you, Hulk Hogan. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting here. Thanks to McDonald's and this great, beautiful bill, you've been able to do what you do best and save your husband at the same time. That is what. Cheap more? Okay. That is what this great, beautiful bill is all about. That's what it's for. Infomercial like a mother lover. Let's continue.
Yes, sir.
So it was 11,000 savings.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that incredible? And that's what it is. The tax cut. It's really, we call it the great big beautiful bill. We should call it the great big beautiful tax cut bill because it's tremendous amounts of money, and that's overtime. That's also on Social Security, as you know.
Yes.
And it's pretty amazing.
Yes, it is.
Well, you're really nice. Would you like to do a little news conference with me with these people? These are not the nicest people. They're not nice like you. You know that, right?
I'll do whatever you ask me to do, sir.
So there's no tax on tips or something special, right?
It's very special.
And that's the one that really pertains to you more than anything else.
Yes, sir.
It's fantastic. It's such an honor to meet you. And I think you voted for me, do you think?
Maybe.
Yeah. I heard you're a great supporter. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'll put this over here. And why don't we have a news conference with the press? Okay. Want to do it?
Sure.
You don't have to say too much. I think they're looking about Hormuz Strait and various other things. Do you have any?
Okay, so of course we already saw the first part, but I did want to share with y'all that part because you couldn't not see that part. Okay, let's be real. Him sitting there, you know for a fact he's never held these bags ever in his life. Okay. Usually it's a security Secret Service guy dropping the things off, and maybe it's JD Vance walking in with his like, hey, hey Donald, here's your bag of food. You know what I'm saying? and it's probably presented to him on a gold plate. Everything put out there so he can eat his food. Yeah, this is staged like a mug. And he clearly knew, he clearly says it was staged, but it's just hilarious how staged it is. And it feels so much like this, like an impromptu, improvised PSA about how wonderful this great, beautiful, big, beautiful bill is and how fantastic and great it is, right? Hilarious. But JLK, thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. I've never seen a DoorDasher wear their own customized shirt. Yeah, that's something I've never seen before too. But let me just be real. This is perfect timing for her to wear it, because now everybody's going to look her up. Perfect timing. I get what you're saying though, but it's perfect timing. I mean, not with him so much, but if it was another, if there was some other situation where it was an opportunity to promote myself, I'd be rocking my own T-shirt. Why not? Because at the end of the day, she's making money, trying to raise money for her husband. Her husband's very ill. So now people are going to be looking up DoorDash grandma, and she might have a GoFundMe or some sort of crowdsourcing link that they can go and contribute a few bucks. So at the end of the day, it's a win. It's a win for her. It does seem a bit odd, but it is a win for her. It is a win for her, because people will appreciate what she's doing, and they're going to try to do everything they can to help support her, right? So all necessary, unfortunately. The shameless plug stuff that we do, that we got to do. Okay. Now I do want to share with you guys what he said last night. We heard a little bit of it. Okay. But we're going to listen to it here now too, because he was going off on the Pope then too, and all that. So let's go into this, and we got more. So we're going to go into it this pretty quickly.
Probably heard that a lot of very good things are happening with regard to the Strait, Hormuz, and a lot of good things are happening for our country. It's been very strong. We had some tremendous numbers released economically on jobs and everything else, and things are going very well.
How is the ceasefire holding, Mr. President?
Say it?
Ceasefire holding.
I would say it's holding well. Their military is destroyed. Their whole Navy is underwater. You know that. 158 ships are gone. Their Navy's gone. Most of their mine droppers are gone. We have a lot of people, as you know, at 10 o'clock tomorrow, we have a blockade going into effect. That'll be 10 o'clock tomorrow. Other nations are working so that Iran will not be able to sell oil. And that would be very effective. But what we want to do is and again, we don't need it. What we notice and what we see and what I think is maybe my idea, maybe not, I don't know. But there are many boats heading toward our country to fill up with oil and then go and take it. So they're not going to go through the Hormuz Strait. And ultimately that'll be corrected. But in the meantime, they're using us. We have more oil because of drill baby drill. We have more oil than Russia and Saudi Arabia put together. So if you look at Russia and Saudi Arabia, two big ones, we have much more oil than they have put together. And what's happening is boats are coming over here, filling up. We don't have to go through the Hormuz.
Can you give us an update, Mr. President, on the two pilots? Are they in good condition? Have you spoke to them or their families?
They are in very good shape, and we're very proud of them, the two pilots, yeah.
You said that Iran, earlier you said Iran, you think is ready to come back to the table. What gives you that thought?
I think Iran is in very bad shape. I think they're very desperate. We had a meeting that lasted 21 hours. We understand the situation better than anybody, and Iran's in very bad shape. And just so you understand, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. Will not have. There is no way that they're going to get. They still want it, and they made that clear the other night. Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. Oh, I don't know. I don't care if they come back or not. If they don't come back, I'm fine. Their military is gone. Their missiles are largely depleted. the manufacturing capability for missiles and drones is largely defeated. We've been very nice. We haven't ripped down too many bridges. We did one only because they broke their word, they broke their promise. And remember, their promise was that they were going to open the Hormuz Strait. They didn't do it. They lied. Yeah, they're coming up and they're helping. Yeah, we have many other countries.
Specific countries that will be buying the oil from the United States. Have you had any talks with specific?
Well, you just have to see. But the ships are heading up to our country right now, empty, and they're going to go back filled up with oil.
On Truth Social.
I don't think he's doing a very good job. He likes crime, I guess. He hit us. Think of it. He's worried about fear. What about the fear when the ministers and the priests and all of those great people that were arrested during COVID, and in many cases they're outside 10 feet apart, and they were arrested. So we don't like it. We don't like a Pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a Pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world. So I'm not a fan of Pope Leo.
So would you be okay with a third country that took Iran's uranium?
About what?
Would you be okay if a third country agreed to accept Iran's uranium?
Well, that's a very theoretical question. Really, I don't want to answer it. Well, they're coming up. They're going to be coming up. But I'm very disappointed in NATO. They didn't do that. They weren't there for us. We pay trillions of dollars for NATO, and they weren't there for us. Remember what I said. NATO was not there. Now they want to come up, but there's no real threat anymore. But NATO was not there for us. We'll see what happens. But, you know, we spend trillions of dollars on NATO to help them guard really against Russia. When you think of it, we're guarding against Russia. And I've long thought it was a little ridiculous, but we spend trillions of dollars doing it, and I think that's going to be under very serious examination.
Thank you. Okay, so yeah, I mean, obviously that's a little old news, but obviously you guys have all seen that, but it is interesting nonetheless. We got so many questionable things. We got so many things that we need to be concerned about and focused on. And there's a lot of different distractions that are going on that I think people aren't really realizing. Like this Pope thing, it's a big distraction for sure, but it obviously is a huge wake-up call for the kind of person for the kind of situations that we're dealing with right now. You know, like who we're dealing with. We're dealing with somebody who's clearly he ain't right in the head, guys. This is, I'm sorry. At first you want to know something. Here's the God honest truth, okay? Here's the God honest truth. In the beginning, I was when people were going, oh yeah, you know, he's not mentally right, blah blah blah. I was like, I don't know about that. I just think he's just crazy, right? In the very beginning, in the very, very beginning. And I'm sitting there going, oh God, you know, just because he's old doesn't automatically mean that he's, you know, that he's just losing his marbles and that he's just crazy. But here's the thing. Now I think different. Now I'm sitting here going like, something is truly not right. Something is truly off. Something is truly, truly off. And I just don't think, hold on. I just don't think, I'm going to look something up here when I know some people were sending me some things, but I just think that like in the beginning, I'm just assuming everyone's just going to, you know, throw that he's lost his marbles in the very beginning because, you know, that's what he was doing with Biden. And because he's old and how they were during that debate, it was literally watching elder abuse, in my personal opinion. But nonetheless, it is very easy for us to instantly assume that because of his old age, that he's sundowning, that he's having bouts of dementia and all that stuff. And that's what I was thinking in the very beginning. I'm like, yo, just let's see what he does. Let's see what he does first. But then as of recently, the things that we've been seeing over the last few weeks, even more now than ever, have made me even more concerned. Now I'm going, okay, this guy is not right in the head. This is not good. Something is not right with this man's head, period. He is not right in his head, guys. He's not. In the very beginning, I'm like, nah. They're just saying that because that's what they said to Biden. And Biden, it was clear that something was wrong with him, all right? It was clear that his mental decline was happening in real time, and we were watching that every time we went to a podium. But then now, when we're seeing this, I'm going, wow, what is going on with Trump? This is not the Trump that we saw in the first term. Yes, he had his moments. Don't get me wrong. He had his moments, but we never saw it like this. It's more prominent than ever before. It's much more pronounced than ever before. I don't think the Trump in the first term Trump would post something of the likes of what he did yesterday, or even the whole civilization's going to die tonight. I don't think he'd ever say anything like that in his first term, which is wild because in his first term, everybody was worried about him just dropping nukes on everybody. Oh, good God, don't give him the football. Don't give him the football. Because he'll just use it on everybody, right? That's what everybody was worried about in the first term. Now he's actually going absolutely knuckin' futz. Now he's FUBAR. Mentally, he gone. Now his second term, we should be worried about that. In fact, that's what some people are fearful of. That with all this stuff that's going on right now with the Strait of Hormuz, with the fact that there are, he's talking about they don't want them to enrich this uranium to be able to make more nukes and all that stuff. People are very worried, very, very worried that he is about to hit that button on Iran or the likes of Israel dropping bombs of the catastrophic kind, the even the nuke on Iran. Because now you have somebody of the likes of Trump that will say yes this time, instead of what other past presidents have basically said no to when it comes to Netanyahu and him saying, I just want to attack. I just want to attack Iran. I want to attack Iran. I want to attack Iran, right? But now you got somebody in the White House that's saying, yeah. In fact, he sat down with Netanyahu and it's basically like Netanyahu's like, yo, I want you to I want you to go and attack. I'm going to attack Iran. And he's like, wait. And maybe he was like, I'm going to nuke him. And he's like, whoa. How about this? Why don't we just go and attack? We use my military with you, of course, too. We'll be there to back you up. We'll strong arm them into surrendering all their nukes and all that. How about that? Would that make you happier? Because then maybe we could do that instead. And that's exactly what we're in right now, present day. That's literally the situation that we're in right now. So what's going to happen? Israel's going to get a little bit too Joe Pesci about the situation and basically say, F it, let's just launch the nuke. I hope that's not the case. But if it was ever to happen, it would happen right now with the likes of Trump backing him up. Because you know for a fact, Obama said no. Biden most definitely said no. And the future president in 2028, that is not going to be Trump, will most likely say no as well. So this is the only time for Bibi to go boom, boom on Iran. I just hope that never happens. But you know for a fact, he's itching. He's itching for it to go. Listen, this is the same dude that was applauding and thankful that soldiers his soldiers were being the charges were not pressed on soldiers that were doing egregious, deplorable acts on war prisoners. Vicious acts. Same dude. Okay? So again, it's very interesting. We'll see what happens here, but I feel like Israel is itching to pull that trigger, to hit that red button, if you get what I'm saying. And that could be, and that will be catastrophic, for sure.
Focus on Iran. There's also a focus on Lebanon, where Israel and the Iran-backed Lebanese militant group Hezbollah continue to trade blows. You can see the aftermath here on Sunday of an Israeli strike. We understand Hezbollah is still launching rockets, even at this very minute, over the border into northern Israel. Now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was joined by his defense minister, Israel Katz, this weekend inside southern Lebanon, where they met with soldiers who are taking the fight to Hezbollah. The IDF says they have targeted and taken out more than 100 Hezbollah operatives in just one area alone. Netanyahu adding this.
Our enemies, Iran and the axis of evil, came to destroy us, and now they are simply fighting for their survival. We see this in every arena. This is a tremendous achievement of the State of Israel and the Israel Defense Forces, both regular soldiers and our wonderful reservists. The people of Israel salute you.
Israel and Lebanon are set to hold direct talks this week in Washington, aimed at disarming Hezbollah and creating peaceful relations between the two countries. Guys?
Hey, Trey, do you think it'll fall on Israel if they try to shut down the Red Sea like they're threatening to do if we go through with the blockade, which we will do in about an hour?
Absolutely. We're talking about Bab al-Mandab, which is a different area where the Iranians could use their proxy, the Houthis in Yemen, to try to block off international shipping. And they have threatened to do this if there is a blockade on their ports near the Strait of Hormuz. Now, we saw in the past the Houthis getting directly involved in this conflict. And Brian, you and I have talked about this. It's a major concern that the Iranians may try to use one of their largest proxies, the Houthis, to launch missiles or drones at vessels in the Red Sea. This is all taking place amid the backdrop of the United States being in total control of not only the sea, but also the skies of Iran. And when we look at the situation over the past 40 days, the United States and Israel were able to decimate the Iranian Navy. And that's part of the reason they have very few options in terms of responding to this U.S. Navy blockade that is set to go into effect near the Strait of Hormuz in a matter of just 2 hours. But major questions about how the Iranians and where the Iranians will respond.
Realistically, Trey, will there be regime change? Because when you look at the map, Iran is massive. And I don't know how many of their military individuals or any in their regime we have killed, but what are the chances?
It's a great question. And look, the focus for the United States and for the Trump administration is not regime change.
Right.
We've heard from everyone from President Trump to the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, the top of U.S. Central Command and the Joint Chiefs Chairman. Regime change is not the goal for the United States. I will tell you, though, I've been talking with regional sources, including intelligence sources here in Israel, who say that if the pressure on the Iranian economy continues, that it could put more domestic pressure on what is left of this regime. And that is why the focus in terms of threats from the United States and Israel have been on Iran's energy infrastructure, understanding that this is one of the critical pieces of the Iranian economy. And if that is ultimately targeted and the Iranians are unwilling to come to the table on the issues of their nuclear program and the Strait of Hormuz, ultimately this would put more pressure on the regime. It doesn't mean necessarily there is going to be regime change. That is a far-off goal, mostly for Israel, not just the United States. But when we look at the situation on the ground, the Iranian regime and their IRGC forces across the country are still in control of major cities in Iran.
Trey, where does Pakistan stand? I know they're the host country of this, and it's clear that the Iranians yet again came to a negotiation with non-starters. So Pakistan has encouraged them to go back to the table. It's hard to do that with people like this. So are they going to back us if we go back to, as the president says, bombing our little hearts out?
Look, reports indicate that the mediators want to try and get all parties back to the table and resolve these two key issues, one related to Iran's uranium enrichment and the other about the Strait of Hormuz. But remember, the goal for President Trump is very simple: to make sure Iran never has a nuclear weapon. And the president entered into Operation Epic Fury with a lot of important information. Remember, his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, before Operation Epic Fury began, went to the negotiating table in good faith with U.S. envoy Kushner as well. And the Iranians told the American delegation they have enough highly enriched uranium to create 11 nuclear bombs. And you have critics of the president and the administration saying there was no reason for this operation to begin. And the president was looking at the intelligence, saying that the Iranians were just one step away from creating a nuclear weapon. And when we talked about the enriched uranium, we're talking about 60% purity of enriched uranium. That's just one step away from 90% purity. That is weapons-grade material. And if the Iranians are able to keep their enriched uranium and they're able to keep the facilities that not only store but also create more enriched uranium, then they are that much closer to a nuclear weapon. And the president has been very clear. This is a red line for the United States. The Iranians are either going to give up their enriched uranium or it's going to be taken from them.
I don't see them finding a happy medium. I really don't. I really don't see them finding a happy medium. Because I truly think that it's going to be a situation where Trump's literally going to sit there and say, nope, you cannot have nukes. And Iran's going to sit there and go, well, we deserve the right. If you guys have it, then we should have it too. If other countries have it and have access to that, then we should be able to have it too. I just don't see this changing and turning into a beneficial situation for the likes of any side. I just don't see a deal ever happening. Some sort of miracle would literally have to happen, because they're going to sit there and say, no, we want to have our nukes. And Trump's sitting here saying, you can't have nukes. He's going to keep saying that, and it's not going to change. That's not going to change. He's never going to change his thoughts on that. And I feel like that's going to be... I just don't see that changing for the better anytime soon. Let's go over to MS Now and check out what they got to say. Like I said, some miracle would have to happen, guys. Or we're literally walking into a war. I don't think that there's any, nothing's going to change. And I will say this, though, too. Everything seemed to be fairly copacetic. And they were in the middle of peace talks before Trump, sorry, not we, but Trump threw the first punch. Let's not forget that, too. He threw the first punch, and now we're in this mess. Now we've been painted into a corner. How are we going to get out of this situation where everyone can leave without more lives being lost, and everyone leaves feeling like they've gotten what they feel is right? You see what I'm saying? This worries me, guys.
MS Now contributor Inzamam Rashid in Dubai, co-founder and director of economic.
By the way, please hit that like button down below. Crush it. Can we get it to 1K? That would be really appreciated, and it would help the show. It helps us grow. Please do not forget to hit that subscribe button. Subscribe, please, and thank you. Let's continue.
Economic policy at Veda Partners, Henrietta Trace, has promised, and former senior advisor for Arab-Israeli negotiations at the U.S. State Department. Aaron David Miller, he's also a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Let's talk about the blockade first itself. How is it working so far, Inzamam?
Well, it seems that there are a number of U.S. Navy vessels around the entrance to the Strait of Hormuz. But the big question is how does this militarily actually work? And that's the big question. I don't think many people truly understand what President Trump's plan is here. Can they actually seize vessels? Do they just kind of go up towards some of the ports on the coastline of Iran and sit there and threaten any ships from leaving or coming in? There are big question marks about the actual logistical military operation, and hopefully some of your guests can clear a bit of that up. But right now, we are currently in a state of, as you put it, Katie, who blinks first? It's essentially a standoff. And yes, we already had an Iranian blockade on the overall Strait of Hormuz, a selective one where they were allowing only selective vessels to pass through. Then now we've got this US blockade on ports on the coastline of Iran. And then also tonight, Iran has responded saying that they will implement their own blockade on ports right across the Gulf states, just like this one behind me. This is Jebel Ali port, one of the largest ports in the Middle East, a huge logistical hub, incredibly important for the UAE in particular. And so if Iran goes through with their retaliation of essentially blocking off ports around the Gulf, when of course that's just going to have even further impact to the global economy. But we are now in this situation where essentially if President Trump's Navy vessels go towards the Iranian coastline, well, this could get very, very messy because, Katie, we could essentially see combat on that very narrow stretch of water where usually 20% of the world's oil passes through. But for the past 6 weeks, that's been pretty redundant. In fact, it's only really been Iranian oil that's been going out of Iran, and they've doubled their export numbers, mainly going to the likes of China. And China is, of course, another important point. Tonight, they've actually come out and specifically said to the US president that our ships are moving in and out of the waters of the Strait of Hormuz. We have trade and energy agreements with Iran. We will respect and honor those agreements and expect others not to interfere with our affairs. Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz and it is open for us. That's directly from the Chinese
Yikes.
Minister of Defense. Iran in retaliation called these specific measures that President Trump has introduced today a few hours ago. They said that they were ridiculous and laughable, and they said that Iran very much still controls the Strait of Hormuz. I think
this is about to get hotter than a tamale. I'm just letting you guys know things are about to get crazy because now even you just heard China. China's like, yo, Iran runs the Strait of Hormuz. We gonna get in there and we gonna get out as we damn please. So don't even try to be stopping us from being able to get our mother loving, our loot. This is bad. Let me get this super chat though. Thank you so much for the love. Appreciate it, Nicole. Thank you. I'm so confused. I thought with their religion, they didn't want nukes. When did Iran change their mind? I think when everybody, I'm going to be real. I think when everybody and their mama has access to nukes, maybe that's what they want to, just to say that, okay, well, you know, if you got a gun, I got a gun. You can't tell me I can't have one, but you have one. And you can come over to my side of my neighborhood, to my home, get into my front yard, go into my home and use that weapon on me. I need some protection too. So I think that that's what's going on, right? That there's countries that have access to this type of weaponry and they just want to be a part of the same team or part of the same thing, you know? Like it's that whole thing of like, what happens when, like in, you know, the movie, The Dark Knight or whatever, not The Dark Knight, Batman Begins. At the end of Batman Begins, I know it's a movie, but it's a perfect example, okay? Commissioner Gordon says out loud, what's going to happen when, you know, when the enemy, when the bad guys get Kevlar, or when the cops get Kevlar, they get Kevlar piercing rounds. You know, the bad guys get Kevlar piercing rounds. Now you got a man walking around in a cape and a mask. What's going to happen next, right? It's the same thing as, hey, you know, if they get nukes, then they're going to get nukes. If we end up getting higher powered types of bombs or type of weaponry, they're going to upgrade their stuff as well. Every country is going to do that. The ones that can do that. You see what I'm saying? So again, that's something that should definitely be concerning. Because like I said, if there was a newer version of a nuke that was bigger and more disastrous than what we already have in existence, you don't think all these other countries are going to try to mimic or create the same type of weaponry? So again, when you look at something like Iran, it's like, yo, well, our enemy, you know, our sworn enemy, Israel, they got a nuke. Why can't we have the same doggone thing over here too? You got another thing coming. If you think that they can have it, but we can't, hence the issue. You know how it is. You know exactly how it is. You see this in school all the time. One kid shows up with those fresh pair of sneakers. They're like the hottest gear, right? Then other kids want to get it too. So then those kids get it. And then it's like, damn, well, if everybody else got it and they're all the cool kids, and I still want to feel like I'm part of the world, part of the in crowd, you go and you're begging your mom and dad for the same pair of sneakers. Next thing you know, you got the sneakers. Or maybe not. Maybe you get some knockoffs, because I know, you know how these bank accounts are set up. But nonetheless, that is real. We see it all the time. We see that kind of stuff all the time. So look at that. Everybody got these new pair of sneakers. And now America and Israel is trying to make Iran give up their pair of sneakers. That they're like, no. In fact, we got ways to make more of these dope ass sneakers. And Iran and America is like, nope. Or Israel and America is saying, nope, you can't do that. Give us all your stuff, including the new ones you just got on your feet. What? So again, interesting. This is very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Like I said, this is going to be a long, long, long conversation. And now that you have the blockade going on right now of the Strait of Hormuz, I don't think there's going to be any time for any conversations anymore. I think it's going to be a lot of action. It's a matter of who strikes first, though. Who throws the first punch? And I think that's what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz. Like Iran is just sitting there, just waiting. And also America's doing the same damn thing. Just waiting to see who throws who going to get real squirrely real quick. Only time will tell, right?
The big question is that if we do get into some specific fighting as a result, if there will be attacks from Iran towards US Navy vessels and then retaliation from the US to the ports of Iran, but also some of their Navy assets there, then the ceasefire that we're in, this fragile ceasefire, which is still going on for another 9 days or so, will effectively break down. And there's no doubt that fighting will resume. All the while, we see still huge, major impacts on the global economy. And now with this move from both the US and potentially Iran tonight as well, there's just no real signs of it letting up, Katie.
So I think Inzi laid it out really well. Aaron, what are you watching for?
Until this morning, I thought we were going nowhere. But as reports begin to leak out of what the Vice President Vance, I'm presuming we have the President of the United States, offered in Islamabad, and what the Iranian response was, we may actually be, maybe, and I say this with great hesitation and reservation, into a serious negotiation. The Vice President apparently proposed a 20-year moratorium on the Iranian enrichment, thereby conceding that the Trump administration is prepared to accept a pause. And the Iranians came back with a number under 10. If that is in fact the case, then we actually may have a serious negotiation. As far as the straits are concerned, look, and the U.S. Navy they'll identify through shipping companies and through their own intelligence which tankers are offloading at Kharg Island Iranian oil exports, and they will seize them or stop them as they try to make their transit through the Straits of Hormuz to Asia largely.
That should concern us all. That more and more, as time goes on, because this is only day one. Remember that this is day one. They may not do any type of strikes or any type of retaliation right now, but they might try to do some things over the next couple days. And I'm not saying in a retaliatory type of action. I'm not saying them launching any missiles or any type of drones or anything of that sort. I'm just saying Them just going to the places that they're used to going to, and suddenly out of nowhere, like a bouncer at a bar, you're gonna have America standing there going, "Nah, you're not welcome here anymore. You can't come in here. This is ours now." Say what? This was ours just 5 seconds ago. This has always been ours. And now you're telling me we can't come in, we can't even set foot on our own mother-loving island? Remember, this is Iran's cash register, for crying out loud. A large portion of their oil is coming out of that island. If Trump is successful, he will take over that spot, as he says he's going to. It will be the Strait of Trump. Yeah, it won't be the Strait of America. It'll be the Strait of Trump. And he'll be taking it by force. As much as he goes, Somali pirates, right? He's turning America into pirates. We're going to go in there and just straight up take. You don't think that Iran's going to react in any type of way? After they see, oh, wait, you're literally freezing us out from our own stuff? Yo, that's my stuff, man. That's mine right there. That ain't yours. That's my hard-earned money right there. What are you talking about? This has the potential of being absolutely ugly. But they may not go down that route. We'll see. I think that over time, if this blockade holds, it could do serious damage to the Iranian economy, but it will not, in my judgment, bring the Iranians to capitulate. No. Or actually even get them to soften their positions at the negotiating table. No, it won't. If the Iranian economy goes to crap, if it goes, Brian Noam, okay? Cockeyed titties, okay? One, it's just going to piss off the Iranian people. That's number one. Number two, it's not going to make them go, yes, we'll work out a deal. No, it's going to make them retaliate. This is not good. It's going to jack up the price of oil. And if this goes on to make... And it's already jacking up the price of oil. Oil's already jacked up. Okay, it's been jacking. Okay, they've been in the corner jacking. It's already been jacked off. Okay, the whole doggone thing been jacking off. All right, the oil been jacked off. It's only going to get worse. None but chafing, and they old. Make that make sense. And they old, and they be chafing. Ain't that some? I'm gonna stop talking. I'm getting emotional. In June, on the cusp of the driving season, you could easily end up with oil over $150 a barrel, which obviously will be a complete nightmare for American consumers. But again, Katie, I would not rule out the possibility, even now, as we approach the end of the ceasefire on April 21st, there may actually be a negotiation here. I'm hoping. You really think there's going to be a negotiation anytime soon? I just don't think so. Unless it's a situation where they really think that they can find some sort of way to find a happy medium. But I don't see that right now. I don't. You got Trump coming in and going, we're taking Strait of Hormuz. That's us. That's what we're going to do. We're taking the Strait of Hormuz. This is our spot. So the Strait of Trump, that's what it's going to be called. The Strait of Jesus Christ. Where's my Big Mac? He doesn't. If Trump wanted to make things cool between all them countries, he would not have gone in there and just taken over the Strait of Hormuz. And I know some people are out here. Some countries are going, some, not all, but allies, I'm sure, are sitting there going, oh, okay, cool. He's taking the Strait of Hormuz, so we already know we got access to the mug. But no, Trump has put up all his bouncers all around the Strait of Hormuz. So for those of us that wanted to get those countries that want that delicious oil, that beautiful, delicious oil, the only thing I like that's black. joke. But anyway, he is going to block them. So world economy still screwed. Just so you know, world economy still mother-loving screwed. Regardless. Just letting you just letting you know. Just letting you know. Let's hear what the I mean, you know, he's okay, let me just be real. This guy right here, I know you guys can't see his face very well. Let me try to do this. That's a little bit better. Now you can see his face, okay, because the chat is up there. But I get it. You know, he probably smoked weed in college. All right. Like the hair is giving me a vibe like he's still probably, you know, he probably takes an edible. He probably smokes a little bit every once in a while. You know what I'm saying? Like he's still cool, like he cool dad. Okay. And he's still like, you know, one day, man, we're all going to get along, man. We're all going to get along. We're all going to have peace, man. We're going to have enough oil. We're going to have enough. It's going to be utopia, man. It's going to be utopia, man. Here, it's going to be utopia. And he's still hopeful for that. I just don't see it happening now. Okay? You don't have to say he's very aged. Damn. He old. He been around the block a couple thousand times, but you know, it's still running. That engine is still running. Well old engine. But you know for a fact, he's like, oh, hopefully we'll just give peace a chance. You know what I mean? He's bringing out the bongos, you know, the face paint. He has one braid, one silver braid from his hair, you know. He's hopeful. But I'm telling you right now, I just don't see a deal happening. If they've already said hail to the no already after a 21-hour meeting with the likes of Vice President J.D. Vance, what do you think is going to go down? How do you think they're really going to react? It's still going to be the same. Yeah, singing Kumbaya. You know, sitting there going, I still got some good peyote from the guy I got it off of like 2 years ago at a Coachella. It was off the side of a Coachella, like 5 miles away from a Coachella. But 5 miles away from a Coachella inside of a dilapidated gas station bathroom. But still, he said it's righteous, man. Yeah, he's the one who says righteous. But still, I just don't see this happening, an agreement actually happening anytime soon, guys. I just don't. I just really don't. I'm hopeful, but I just don't see it.
Rare to hear you as hopeful as you sound, so I'm gonna take that to heart. I want to talk about the practicalities for the moment, Henrietta. You just heard Aaron talk about maybe oil getting over $150 a barrel if this is still going on over the summer. I mean, it's already pretty priced in for how long? The oil prices as we see them now and the gas prices. For how much longer will these gas prices be as high as they currently are?
Well, right now we're off the highs. We're at $102. But just for anybody watching at home, I mean, you wiped out your entire benefit of the one big beautiful bill and the overtime on tips that President Trump was talking about in the Oval Office just a minute ago, about $19 ago. So not only are we escalating, the ships are not flowing through the Strait at anywhere near the rates that they were before the bombing started. The president has suggested that as many as 35 ships have gotten through. That's cool, but we used to have 130 ships per day. And the reports are coming in that Chinese ships are being turned around and are not being permitted access through the.
This is bad. Hold on. I'm repeating this because this is all important stuff right here. She said it like per day. Okay, she said that. She said day hoard. Okay, she wanted us to hear that.
Rates that they were before the bombing started.
Hold on, look at this. Today it's national average gas price is, you know, and we ain't talking about that 93. We talking about that 86, 87, maybe the 85s. Okay, yeah, we talking about that low grade. No disrespect. Hey, you know, if you can get that low grade in that ride, you get that low grade, baby. Because right now it is literally 412 right now. $4.12 per gallon. In the beginning, it was under $3. Damn. It was under $3 before, like at the start of this whole war. That's quite a hike. Yeah, I know. Some places it's $6, $7, guys. 6, 7. And I'm not trying to be funny like the kids. Oh, 6, 7. But it literally is about $6, $7 in some places, guys. That is insane. Maybe even more in other places. Maybe a really expensive area. I have no idea. I don't know how they differentiate. Like, I still don't understand why the likes of like LA, for example, they would have their gas prices are astronomical right now. I don't understand why some areas have more expensive gas than others. I still don't get it. It should all just be the same price everywhere, right? If it's $4.12 for like grade 85 or 86 or something like that, right? Or even 87, then it should be that same price everywhere. You see what I'm saying? And somebody just said, Angie just said that in Australia, it's $12. Oh my word. Why? That's terrible. That's absolutely terrible. I am so sorry. That is terrible. No one deserves that. All the way down under. $12. Yeah, that will take you down under into debt. So again, $4.12. So I always wonder what's going on, right? So yeah, that's weird. But let's hear what she said per day.
The president has suggested that as many as 35 ships have gotten through. That's cool, but we used to have 130 ships per day. And
130 ships is usually going in and out of that mother-loving place, in and out of the straits per day. It used to be that way, okay? Just so you know.
The reports are coming in that Chinese ships are being turned around and are not being permitted access through the Strait. So what happens, and really the way that I'd look at it, is that gas is your first indicator. What comes next is shipping. And by that, I mean transit across America on trucks that you see for Amazon or Target or Walmart. Those are all now more expensive. Diesel prices are well above $5 at this point nationwide. What happens after that is your food gets more expensive.
Yep.
Everything that you're buying on the shelves at Walmart that got delivered from those trucks coming through paying diesel prices that came off of this Strait and came out of oil and gas prices that are 21% higher and leading directly to inflation. So Oxford Economics is anticipating that inflation will hit 4%. And that means no Fed rate cuts. That means Fed rate hikes. Your mortgage is more expensive. It's harder to create a new business. You're talking about a seize up structurally. Gas is just the first thing that we see.
Yep. I have to do the dun 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 because this is about to be diabolical. Just so you know, okay, Serene, thank you so much for the comment. Our PM, Prime Minister in Australia, is using all the jet fuel to get fuel. Oh, so they're using, if I'm reading that correctly, Serene, you're saying that he's using jets to actually go and pick up fuel? Is that what you're saying, Serene? Because that's crazy if that's true. You also got to know this too, guys, and this is also important to know. The reason why I say that we need to know this piece here too is because it's a foreshadowing of potentially what could come to other countries. The likes of France and Ireland are already having riots and protests happening in the streets right now, all due to fuel. I'm not kidding. You have issues going on in other countries right now. We already talked about India about 2 weeks ago. Now you got other countries tripping about fuel, gas, guys. Ireland, people are out in the streets protesting. They were doing it yesterday, last I checked. I don't know if they did it today or still doing it today. We may go international. Well, we have been international because we're talking about this war. But you get what I'm saying. We might go over down to France and baguettes and Ireland to Guinness. We might go over there and just see what's going on, okay? because that's what's going on too. You got protests, you got people angry in the streets because of the fuel shortage that is going on in those countries right now as we speak. And that is all in effect of what's going on in the Middle East. India's already been they've all been beating the crap out of each other, standing in lines, massive lines to just get a little bit of gas. People are beating the crap out of each other just so that they can get even a drop of gas in their tank. It is very, very bad. And we're just talking about gas. This is exactly what this woman, Katie, no, not her. That's the show's name. But this woman, I don't know her name, but this is exactly what she's saying. This is just the first domino, and then everything else gets hit. Let's not forget the conversation that we had about fertilizer, guys. Fertilizer's massive. And now the places, other countries like Canada, who is somebody who is giving us majority of America, a majority of our fertilizer that we utilize in the country, they're now cutting us off from their fertilizer that we use in America. This whole thing is going cockeyed titties, guys. Brian Noam, this is bad. By the power of Grayskull, we are screwed. And this guy is sitting here busy posting photos of him as Jesus Christ. He's too busy going and showing up to UFC fights than actually trying to figure out what's going on, because this could cause absolute pandemonium worldwide. And if you don't know that it has already started, let me tell you something. It's already started. And now he's trying to poke a sleeping, angry Chinese bear. This is not good. They're turning away boats, Chinese boats. We don't need no more problems. You feel me? We don't. Okay? Nicole, Bellin, thank you so much for the love. Uber Eats had a $15 service fee when I tried to order food the other day. Yes, they do. It's crazy. You might as well go and just pick it up your damn self. I canceled my order. I heard we will start seeing fees in many different services. Yes, we will. Because these guys, the delivery services, etc., still need to make their money somehow, baby. They still do. Okay? Make friends with local growers and farmers. Absolutely, Carbonized. I agree with that 110%. Or if you don't have a green thumb, maybe it's time to start figuring out if you do have one and start growing your own ish. I'm being dead serious, and I'm not talking about like a little chives and some rosemary. I'm saying like actually like, not herbs. Grow the herbs, but start growing some other stuff of your own. Real talk. I'm not kidding. If it goes in the direction that I think we're going, we are in a world of trouble. World famine could actually happen in time. I'm not saying like right now, but it could very well happen. The price of food is going to skyrocket. More and more people are going to get pissed off and angry about how they can't even buy or afford a box of cereal. And I'm not talking about the cereal right here. Okay, and I didn't mean box, with a bag of cereal. You know exactly what I'm talking about. It tastes the same. It just ain't Honey Nut Cheerios. It's Sweet Holes or something like that. But it's in a bag and it ain't in a box. Same mother-loving thing. Same mother-loving Honey Nut Cheerios. It's just called something different. Sweet Holes. Wait for it. It's going to be in a bag. You won't even be able to buy that stuff. And it's on the bottom shelf. It's on the bottom shelf. It's not right there where it's convenient. At eye level, you got to bend down, okay? And mess up with that L4, L5 you got, okay? That's already, in pain and inflamed. You got to bend all the way down there to get that bag. But it's the same thing. You won't even be able to pay and afford that bag. Do you understand? That's a problem, guys. That's a massive problem. We need to wake up. We need to wake up for sure. BB Lee, thank you so much for the big super chat. I'm sorry I can't pull it up. It disappeared on me, but I see it here, so I want to pull it up. Thank you so very, very much. McDonald's DoorDash fund. Yeah, yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for the McDonald's DoorDash fund. You know, it's expensive out here, man. Like, damn, it's expensive. But I'm being real. Food is going to be, it's going to start getting more and more expensive. If you haven't already seen the tiny uptick that's already been happening with food, and it's still happening. It's going to keep on going up. Yeah, Fruity O's. Yeah, like I said, sweet holes, honey, like nut grains. It's going to be something crazy, but you know exactly what I'm talking about. And it's made, by the way, just so you know, it's made by the same companies. Same General Mills companies. Those bags of cereal, they're the same cereal, just named different, just so you know. So you're spending money on the name brand when the name brand is right underneath you, right by your feet, in bags and not in a box. You're welcome. The more you know. Yeah. So again, at some point, it might be that expensive that you can't even afford that. Just think about that for a second. Okay? Yeah, a lot of people, Melissa Sweetwater, a lot of people are saying, you know, buy canned now before they're gone or before they go up in price too. So a lot of people are starting to do that as well, because right now this is bad. All right, we already talked about fertilizer. We already have people fighting in the streets right now, protesting and fighting each other in the streets over fuel in other countries. And we ain't talking about just these smaller countries or third world country type situations. We talking about Ireland. We're talking about France. You already have Canada basically saying, we're cutting off our resources to America. We're going to start worrying about us first. It's Canada first over here. Literally, they're talking about that right now. They're not going to help America anymore. This is all happening in real time, everybody. All in real time. Let's continue.
Let's talk about food prices. What's going to happen with my groceries? How much higher are they going to go?
Well, if gas is up 20%, you should see the ripple effects that are pretty substantial. 40 to 50% of the cost of your food comes from the cost of fertilizer and everything that's locked up in the Strait. So nitrogen, urea, all of the fertilizer components are about half of the cost of your food. So if that is increasing from, what was it, $70 a barrel before the bombing started, and now we're at 102, that's going to compound. And I suspect that as we get into seize up territory with these tankers, which is where we continue to be, you're going to see that continue to escalate. And for diesel, it's worse. And that's, of course, what the farmers not only use for fertilizer, but to run their tractors, to run all their farm equipment. I mean, the prices trickle out. We should start to see that hit around April 29th.
Inzi, what about the Middle East broadly, the neighbors of Iran? We've been talking a lot about how some neighbors want to see potentially the U.S. go further, make sure that they really dismantle this regime, because leaving it in place and still in a powerful position or a position of leverage puts them all at greater risk now. Is that still the case? Are they putting pressure on Donald Trump to stay or to go?
Well, when you look at the broader GCC, the Gulf countries, Katie, the problem that you have now is that because of this conflict and because of the way the US has been operating, even the way Israel has been operating and how Iran has been responding, you've now effectively got a GCC which is all pretty broken. They've all got their own ideas of what they want out of this conflict, what they want in terms of a conclusion to this war. Here in the UAE, for example, the Strait of Hormuz is very much top of the agenda right now. And so they've actively said is that we will help the US in any efforts to try and open up the Strait of Hormuz. It's still unclear, even though some of my conversations with senior UAE ministers today, whether in fact they would send Navy ships to the Strait of Hormuz to assist President Trump's Navy to essentially blockade some parts of the Strait of Hormuz, to blockade Iranian oil leaving, but they are essentially on standby, and it's something that they could do. Then, of course, you've got Saudi Arabia, on the other hand, who've been very close contact with Pakistan, particularly over the weekend when these negotiations were happening.
Today,
and then you go to the other extreme, you've got Oman. Oman, once again, calling for peace. They have that positivity and that optimism that, in fact, Vice President J.D. Vance, the delegation that went to Islamabad, and Iran can come to some form of agreement. And they want to see that happen before this war gets even more messy than it already is. So you've still very much got a fragmented GCC. One good sign is that Iran isn't sending as many missiles or drones into the GCC as it has been doing over the last 6 weeks. Yes, there were a few in Bahrain today, but it has been a lot quieter. So that kind of issue has been put to bed for now in this fragile ceasefire. But it is very much the Strait of Hormuz for the likes of the UAE, Qatar as well, that is on the top of the agenda. And so I think they will be quite welcoming to this US effort to try and block Iranian oil, particularly leaving the Strait of Hormuz or entering the Strait of Hormuz. And so I think it's something that the Gulf nations will be keeping a very, very close eye on in the next few hours and days, Katie.
1 second, y'all. What? Okay. Sorry. Hold on 1 second, guys. One second. Let me just pull up a few things here. So yeah, there's a lot of things that we need to be worried about. The fact that how things are still kind of unfolding. I know all of us are really, really frustrated and you know, concerned about certain things like will gas prices continue? Will gas prices continue to rise? Are we in a situation where, you know, things will slow down? But we even heard Trump say himself just the other day that there is still a plan that gas prices are going to continue to rise. He says they will eventually drop, but right now it's going to rise. And there's a possibility of it rising past, like, the average could be as high as $6 a gallon, guys. It could literally get to that level. No one wants to see that. Clearly, we don't even want to see what the number that we're at right now. But that's one thing that everybody's concerned about because of what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz. It's got to get better before it gets, they say it's got to get worse before it gets better, but we want it to get better and continue getting better. And this is still just day one right now. We don't know how things are going to transpire over the next couple days. Will Iran strike? Will it not? Is this going to be a ripple effect in prices? Are we going to see things drop? Or is the price of gas going to keep going up by just having our presence in the Strait of Hormuz? That's the burning question, but let's take a listen to this. And we're going into Ireland here in just a second.
About 32 minutes past the hour on your Monday, stock futures are tumbling again this morning as the U.S. gears up for its next phase of the Iran war. As you can see on your screen here, all three of the major stock indices trending down. President Trump says the U.S. will begin blockading those ships headed to Iran's ports starting later this morning, 10 o'clock Eastern time. And traffic has appeared to already grind to a halt there. Iran has threatened all other ports in the Middle East if the U.S. blocks theirs. And all of that uncertainty is driving oil prices back up, which has been fueling inflation in this country.
Here we go.
News Nation national correspondent Brooke Schaefer joins us now with the very latest. Brooke, this showdown in the Persian Gulf, it may be thousands of miles away, but the impacts here at home are very real right now.
Yeah, Marky, already this morning, we are already seeing oil prices start to climb. The average Brent crude oil prices, as of just a few minutes ago, in fact, were over $100 a barrel. Those prices jumped in early trading this morning, and we have seen them steadily going up since the war started. Some experts suggest that this new blockade could send those prices up another $5 or $10 a barrel. And that also could reflect in those gas prices for us here at home. Analysts expecting those to go up, too. Already this morning, gas prices nationally on average about $4.12. That is up, of course, from this time last year. Prices were slightly lower this weekend. One energy expert, Michael Lynch, he's a fellow at the Energy Policy Research Foundation. He said essentially this blockade is insult to injury. The president, though, meantime, he was asked this weekend about gas prices, where they go from here. Here's what he said.
Do you believe the price of oil and gas will be lower before the midterm elections?
I hope so. I mean, I think so. It could be. It could be or the same or maybe a little bit higher, but it should be around the same. I think this won't be that much longer. They're wiped out.
And keep in mind, it is not just oil prices. About 20% of the world's oil goes through that strait. It is fertilizer, too. The UN says about a third of the world's fertilizer goes through the Strait of Hormuz. So this blockade could drive up those prices, too. They are already up more than 40% from last year. Of course, that could impact farmers, livestock, the prices that we pay at the grocery store, all of it. Marky?
Now, again, now they're finally starting to say how much is going to actually affect so many other things. Because we're now at that place where they're like, I'm sure they didn't want to talk about it before, right? They didn't want to mention all that. They didn't want to cause panic, spark panic out in the streets, potential panic out in the streets, because we haven't really seen anything yet. We've seen gas prices go up, sure, but we haven't seen anything yet of the likes that we're seeing in other countries. Like in Ireland. Ireland, there are full-on protests going on, all due to what's going on with their prices in fuel. There are blockades going on, like farmers and truckers are literally blocking massive arteries massive arteries going in and out of major cities in protest to the prices of diesel in Ireland. This is insane. And again, this is all about what's going on in the Middle East. Don't get it twisted, guys. Don't think for not 1 second that this has nothing to do with what's going on in Iran or what's going on in the Middle East in the Strait of Hormuz. This has everything to do with it. Now, let me just mention this, okay? Let me just put this bee in your bonnet and a quick reminder before we hop into some news from Ireland, okay? I want you to know and make this abundantly clear. This is not what Trump wants. Yes, I know. He's standing 10 toes down on the decisions he's been making. He's sitting here saying, I've done no wrong. I'm the perfect president, blah, 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 right? And he's going after the likes of his MAGA supporters, his podcasters, his commentators, the people that have basically helped him win the first and second first and second elections, okay, first and second term of his presidency, him going after the Pope and all that, right? While he's doing all that, he has to be very concerned about how the world is going to perceive America now, because America is in some deep doo-doo. You now have the Irish out in the streets, pumping their fists, shutting down areas, streets, cities, because of the fuel prices being so astronomical and so out of hand. And this all is going on because of what happened and what's continuing to happen in the Middle East. The last thing that we need are our allies and other countries that, may think we're all right, suddenly not like us at all. This is a nightmare that Trump literally sailed us into and flew us into. Now we got a situation where everyone could be turning their anger and their frustration out on America. Remember, like I said, we used to be the good guy. Remember what I said? We used to be Captain America. And now we're not that anymore. We have now turned into the bad guy. Instead of us being the hero, we are now slowly but surely turning into the bad guy. Other countries are not listening to our endorsements. In fact, somebody just said this, and I'm glad that they did on the super chat. Sarah, thank you so much. I saw it in the corner of my eye, and I'm so glad that you mentioned this, because this is exactly what I was about to talk about here in this little segment here. Okay, why can't the U.S. take Hungary's example? Okay, let me just say this. So, Vice President Vance flew out and went to support and endorse a specific candidate for Hungary. There was an election that just happened just a day or two ago. He went out there and he's like, God bless Hungary, and I endorse this gentleman. I don't remember his name, okay? But he was like, I endorse this mother lover. Please, I approve this message. Vote for him. He's a great guy. Make Hungary not hungry again. I don't know. But nonetheless, he said, I approve this message. I'm out, deuces, right? There were protests out in the streets that very night. People who were rallying against this particular candidate that he was endorsing. A far-right candidate that they did not want elected into office. Someone that J.D. Vance flew out of his way to come in to give him the stamp of approval and say, go, I endorse him, I vouch for this guy. Please vote for him. He's going to make your country wonderful. And guess what? He mother-loving lost. He got, as somebody just said, he got smoked. He got smoked so hard. He got smoked so hard because no one wanted that guy, because no one's taking America's endorsements anymore. Do you see what's happening? Slowly but surely, we ain't being messed with no more. We ain't even getting the love anymore. Not anymore. America has a very, very, very bad stigma attached to it now. Now everybody, every country's now feeling or experiencing that nasty, bitter aftertaste that is which is America. At least for right now. Ain't that crazy? So now you got the likes of Ireland tripping balls. Understandably. Their gas prices are out of this world. And people are mad. You think that J.D. Vance wants to fly in and rally the people? I vouch for this guy. I approve him. Let me endorse this individual. They're going to do the exact opposite. You understand that? Because nobody wants to play or mess with America now. Back in the day, they're like, I love Trump. Trump is cool. He's a good man. Not now. Now everybody's like, who the F did we vote for? Or they're going, who the F did they vote for? Oh my God, who's this guy? This ain't the same Trump I knew of in the first term. This is a completely different Trump. That's what we're seeing in real time now. Their influence is no more. Yeah. Seriously. He literally went on. Vote for this guy. God bless Hungary and God bless America. Have a great night, everybody. Have a great night. And then the people went out to the streets and said, F you, bro. We ain't voting for this mother lover. And he lost. Painfully lost. Landslide. Annihilated. Completely obliterated. So that tells you what America is being, how people are perceiving America right now. And it's not good. And the anger could only get worse. And what's wild is the people, the country that's supposed to be looked at as the bad guy is now kind of coming in and going, yes, this is Iran, by the way. Yes, it looks so terrible how you're treating the Pope. That's so terrible. Can't believe that happened. It's weird, right? It's like Emperor Palpatine. You know, suddenly he's, you know, oh, Luke. It's terrible what Yoda just did. It's so terrible. Come to the dark side. It's weird, right? Doesn't that seem a little bit odd? You got Iran being like, yo, you out of pocket, bro, for calling out the Pope. American people, we understand this way. We aren't mad at you. We're mad at Trump. Come to the dark side of the force. It's weird. It's weird. And that's really happening right now, guys. It's really happening in real time. Let's check out Ireland. Top of the morning to you.
It is the third day of nationwide demonstrations protesting rising fuel costs in Ireland.
Yes, major travel disruptions have been caused on roads across the country. Let's speak now to Doogie Beattie, who joins us live from Dublin. Doogie, there's been dramatic pictures across the country in Ireland. Tell us more.
Yes, this is day 4 of these protests, and the organisers have really started to put this together, and it has really caught the imagination not just of farmers but road hauliers, taxi drivers, bus companies, who are all complaining about the price of diesel and exactly what sort of effects it's having on their businesses. And this government has threatened to put the Irish Army and Irish Defence Forces to break these protests up. But if you look at the street behind me, I mean, there's quite literally millions of pounds worth of equipment sitting in just one street in Dublin. And that has to be paid for, and to be paid for it has to work, and it has to turn a profit. And men like Simon Dunn, an agricultural contractor, he is out on this protest. Simon, I mean, how important is diesel prices to you?
Diesel prices are critical. Diesel has doubled in price since the conflict has started, and we're just looking for the government to come along and help us to survive by lowering the carbon tax and duties on fuel to bring it to an affordable level that we can actually work. The machines here, as dear as they are and expensive it is to maintain, they're not going to make money working at the current price of the diesel. So we're losing money here, but we're losing money if we work them at the current prices at the same time.
And what do you think of the comments of sending the Defence Forces in?
I think it was a bit immature of the government, because this is a peaceful protest. You know, there's no one here trying to cause trouble. We're business people at the end of the day, and we're just looking for a bit of common ground so that the government will come along and help us, to survive.
No,
Yeah, guys. So again, Brad Pitt's dad from Snatch, okay, is basically saying, like, the gas prices are going straight up through the roof. They're having a hard time getting through, being able to fill their tanks and be able to survive. This is all a very bad situation, right? This is all not making the situation any better. And of course, what can they do about it? What can they do? I mean, Bison just said all this issue is intentional. I mean, is it though? You think it's going to be it's intentional to do this to the Irish people? I don't think. I mean, I don't think so. I don't think that how things transpired went the way that I think that a lot of us are thinking. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that what happened here was Trump being like, yes, global destruction. No, I think he was literally thinking about money, oil, land, power. And now there is a massive, massive domino effect that's happening right now. And I don't think he knew that even the first domino was knocked over. And I don't think he's even noticing what's going on. To the likes of India, Ireland, other countries are starting to feel this. Australia, we just heard from somebody in Australia. They're having issues right now too. And as much as Trump says, we got plenty of oil, we got plenty of gas, we're gonna be totally fine. We don't need it. We don't need them. We don't need it. As much as he keeps on saying that, the more I get worried that he's not telling us the truth. The more I start to think maybe we are in need. And it may not be like right now, but the fact that we are a very big country, we drive a lot, we are very car heavy of a country. What are the possibilities that maybe what he's saying to us, saying we're all good and we don't need any of those things, what are the chances of him actually not telling us the truth? Highly likely, guys. He's just doing nothing but lying to us since day one, it feels like. So way before this war even started. So again, I don't know. I don't think he was like, I'm going to intentionally muck up the entire country again. No, I don't think he did that. I don't think he thought that. I think he thought, I'll get out of this presidency even richer than I've ever been before, and have amass an amount of power, and my name will be in the history books in the best way possible because I was such a great president and leader. That, I think, is going on in his brain. But that's not what's happening right now. There's a lot of turmoil going on right now, and it's only going to get worse if he doesn't turn the faucet back on with this Strait of Hormuz.
You have said that today at 2 o'clock they are going to meet with you. What will you be expecting?
We'd like them to, sit down and actually listen, because we're sort of getting indications that maybe they're not actually taking it all in. You know, we need the help to survive, and if we don't get the help, the crops aren't going to go in, and the food's not going to be produced, and it's just going to have a knock-on effect, and price of food is going to go up, the scarcity of food is going to increase. So the sooner they come to meet us and try to resolve the problem, we'll be gone home, back to work.
Now, of course, they may try to split you by saying, well, we'll give the HGV drivers or we'll give the farmers. Are you going to go for that?
No, we have to be all singing on the same hymn sheet, They were offering the Road Haulage Association there a couple of weeks ago, rebates. Rebates are no good to us. We need the duty to be taken, taxes taken off at the pump, because cash flow will destroy us, if we have to pay the price and wait for the rebate.
Not a problem. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's kind of all or nothing, I feel like that's what's going to happen with all these transporters, these truckers, et cetera. I feel like it's going to be like, listen, you can't just give you can't give them hookups and the other half of the transportation world nothing. You can't just give these drivers something and then us nothing. That doesn't make any sense. It's got to be all or nothing. And I agree with what they're saying right now. But again, guys, these protests are very much real, and they're very much happening in Ireland. Major routes are being shut down because of these fuel protests. And again, all of it's happening because of what's going on in the Middle East. Thank you so much, Sarah. I appreciate the super chat. Trump, conquest, Pete, war, RFK, famine, JD, death. Now, JD, I don't know. But I agree with what you're saying when it comes to RFK and Pete and with Trump. Okay, without question. Like I said, it's all bad. And Oki, you're very welcome. You're very welcome, because this matters. This is very real, and this is very much happening in other countries, and we need to see what's going on, because it could also be a foreshadowing of what could happen for us here in America. I think it'd be very irresponsible for us to not see what's going on in other countries, because, like I said, there's too much going on for us to just completely ignore this. So this is a world problem. You see what I'm saying? At first, it was like, oh, well, it's not going to be that bad. But then now you're hearing reporters actually saying out loud, oh, yeah, by the way, if we don't do X, Y, and Z, then this domino will fall. Then this domino will fall. Then this domino will fall. They're now saying all of those things out loud. Finally, they're starting to say those things out loud, because we need to know, and we need to prepare if ish is to continue to hit the fan, right? Let's take a look at this.
Joining us now, former commander of NATO and U.S. forces in Afghanistan and U.S. Central Command General David Petraeus. He's also served as director of the CIA during the Obama administration. Always good to have you, General. Thank you for joining us.
Great to be with you. Thanks, Katie.
Let's talk about that. Geography is destiny, as Aaron David Miller said a moment ago. You're saying much of the same. Why could Iran strategically be in a better position after all of this?
If they could maintain control of the Strait of Hormuz. And that's why it's, frankly, I applaud that the U.S. will not allow that to happen. My view was that they would emerge very militarily weakened but could actually emerge strategically strengthened if, but only if, they were able to maintain a grip on the Strait of Hormuz. And I think one could even argue that perhaps we should have done what we're doing now earlier. And what we're doing right now is not just a blockade, it is also clearing the Strait of Hormuz. Keep in mind that Iran has said that they have put some mines into the normal passageway, the normal corridors through which ships go into and out of the Strait. And our ships are beginning the process of clearing that. And when that's done, it'll be very interesting to see if we then decide to start escorting ships through the Strait that are not coming from Iranian ports. That would be very helpful in a number of ways, but obviously Iran could pose enormous challenges to that. All they need to do is have a drone, or either aerial or maritime, by the way, or an anti-ship missile or some other action that undermines the confidence. And this is about confidence, not risk insurance at this point. I talked to the two leaders of the largest energy companies in the world a couple of weeks ago, and they said, we're not putting our crews in harm's way, regardless of whatever the risk insurance support might be. So that's the challenge that is out there. We have experience in doing this. You remember the mid-'80s, there were the tanker wars and so forth. But it would be a challenging mission. It would be great to see if a coalition of the willing helped out with this. Some in the Gulf states, a number of them have quite capable militaries. We used to do exercises with them when I was the commander of U.S. Central Command. They were part of a maritime coalition for the freedom of navigation. Be great to have the UK with us in particular. They have quite good kit and experience on this as well. So that's what I'd be looking to. We can stop the traffic in and out, Katie. Aaron David Miller is exactly right on that. We know how to do this. You just board a ship. We're very good at that. Tell them to turn around or else.
And we begin this Sunday
and they
morning
will.
with.
And over time, I think they're going to recognize that they're not going to go into or out of if they are coming from or going to Iranian ports.
You'll see the banner at the bottom of our screen. It says the Prime Minister of the UK, Keir Starmer, is not going to join the U.S. blockade of Iran. We actually have him saying that. I'm going to play it.
Crazy. Look at this.
We call for Lebanon to be included urgently in the ceasefire. We, the UK, will not be joining the blockade that the President announced.
Remember what we just heard just the other day? Didn't the NATO chief Ruta say out loud that other members of the other countries within NATO were going to step forward and say, yes, we are willing to do whatever we need to do to keep Trump happy? Didn't he say that? Didn't he just say that? He just said that a couple days ago. Now you're hearing from Prime Minister Starmer saying, no, we ain't getting our nose in that. He made that bet. He can lie in that ish. He can figure it out. Go on and figure it out, boo-boo. That's literally what's going on. So now we got this problem. What the hell's going on, baby? What the hell? What the hizzy is going on? Let's continue.
And in relation to the language about...
This is a big deal. This is a very big deal because, again, if he starts it, this is a whole domino thing again. Sorry for the domino analogy, but others could literally go, well, if Great Britain isn't getting involved, shoot, we don't need to get involved. Trump, handle your business. That's not what you want, or that's not what Trump wants. Yikes.
Destroying a civilization. Could I really be clear with this House? That was wrong. A threat to Iranian civilians in that way is wrong. These are civilians, let's remember, who've suffered immeasurable harm.
Our allies do not want to get involved in this. The Gulf states haven't gotten militarily involved in this either. Why not?
Well, they haven't wanted to join the offensive operations. And keep in mind what he said. He does not want to join the blockade. At the same time, the UK has sent planners to U.S. Central Command, presumably, to determine how they might contribute in some way, whether under the U.S. or not, actually, to the safety operations to clear the Strait of Hormuz and perhaps at some point to also escort tankers. By the way, keep in mind that China, believe it or not, was a part of the counter-piracy operations that we conducted when I was the commander of U.S. Central Command. Now, they weren't part of the coalition. They just cooperated and supported. And I think it was also part of them getting experience with longer duration maritime operations. But let's wait and see what might transpire, noting that a number of the countries in the EU in particular are under pretty considerable pressure because of the price of not just of crude oil and LNG, but also the derivatives. Aviation fuel is particularly costly there and depends a lot on the Gulf, as well as so many of the other products that come out of there, fertilizer, helium for chips, you name it. The second, third, and fourth order effects are very considerable.
How does the U.S. maintain control of the Strait in the long run, or ensure that the Strait doesn't get used as a point of leverage for the Iranians? I mean, they've seen now that they can use it, and that is, you know, militarily they might not be able to stand up to the U.S., but there is that economic chokehold that they can try to utilize. Does that mean that the U.S. has to be along the Strait for the foreseeable future, indefinitely, maybe?
Well, it depends on what results from the negotiations. I thought Aaron David was very good on this issue as well, that he laid out that there has been apparently some movement by the U.S. beyond what our rhetoric has been when it comes to enrichment of uranium. And we don't know what else took place behind the scenes. But if they want to get out of the situation they're in now, where we have now clearly said it's all or nothing, either everyone sails through or no one sails through. And at a certain point, it could be that we allow those coming out of on the other side of the Gulf, the ships coming out of the Gulf states and going into those, if we are able to secure them. And again, that is a very, very challenging task. It will likely take the 2 aircraft carrier task forces that are there for the air power and other assets they bring, probably 8 to 10 frigates and destroyers, a variety of unmanned systems and other elements that will all be brought together to enable, if we actually decide to escort ships. Now, I'm not at all saying yet that that is likely, but I think it has to be in the minds of those at Central Command, noting that, of course, we have a Navy admiral as the commander of Central Command right now, only the second time that I can remember that in the history of CENTCOM.
I'm just wondering if you can put the genie back in the bottle here. Once they have realized that they can leverage the Strait of Hormuz, that they can use it to their advantage, how do you ever really impose your will on Iran? I mean, how does the United States come out of a negotiation with them feeling confident in that deal?
Well, you're going to have to structure it in a way that it is advantageous to both sides. And both sides will have to fall off some of the very substantial red lines that have been established. I mean, if you compare the 10-point Iranian plan, which is frankly almost laughable in what it pursues, and then the 15-point American plan, which has some pretty substantial red lines as well, clearly there's an enormous difference between those two. It's an unbridgeable gulf. But if there can be resolution of this, now, I'm not saying that it's going to be achieved in any short amount of time. We may have to demonstrate that we are willing to do what it takes to continue the blockade on ships coming out of Iranian ports, and if we can, to free the Gulf, the rest of it, of any mines or other interruptions to it, and then secure vessels going in and out. Again, a very tall order, something with which we have experience, and that was difficult experience. I should just note that the very first ship escorted out of the Gulf during those tanker wars in the mid-1980s actually hit a mine. So this is very, very tough maritime business, and it'll take lots of assets beyond those on the sea. But it may prove doable, and it may actually prove necessary if we're to start getting the price of oil back down before the overall issues here are resolved at the negotiating table.
He basically saying we got a long, long way to go. That's basically all that he's saying. We got a very, very long, long way to go before we see any type of change for the better. That's how I'm taking what he's saying. In fact, it's not getting any better anytime soon. You want to know why? because now we got Iran speaking out. And they got some things to say. Take a look at this. Just in. Following the start, let me just blow this up. Following the start of President Trump's blockade, Iran is threatening to, in all caps, retaliate against ports in other Gulf countries. They may not have much of a navy anymore, but Iran still has thousands of one-way attack drones. So again, guys, 800 ships, including 400 tankers, are currently stranded in the region due to the ongoing conflict per the UAE. Yo, so you got the likes of Iran basically saying, you start messing with us, we're going to go and just start bombing everything. We're going to start bombing all these ports. Doesn't matter. All of them. We're going to make sure it's going to be very difficult for you to get your oil, your much needed liquid gold. F you. You about to hate everything about Iran even more. Let's take a listen to this. I'm telling you right now, listen. This is inevitable. This was inevitably going to happen. You understand that, right? This was inevitably going to happen. No matter how many ways you look at it, no matter how many ways you fry this egg, it's still an egg. They said they did not want to negotiate. Vance was there for a 21-hour negotiation peace talk. Nothing came of it. They did not want nothing to do with it. These guys are still wanting to fight. They want to fight until they're freaking hamburger, for crying out loud. They don't care. They don't care. They're like, hey, if you are trying to make us go down, y'all are going down with us. Try again. Try me again. Right? This is what we're seeing in real time, guys. Same dude. He's still alive. Surprised. And he's saying, hey, we're going to hit everything. We're going to hit all these ports. We're going to make sure you suffer. We're going to make sure you hurt. All these Gulf countries, all these ports around the Gulf are going to hurt because of what you're doing right now. Give us back the Strait of Hormuz, because they're still claiming that they own and they run that Strait of Hormuz. I run this town. That's what they're basically saying. This is my city. That's what they're saying. And Trump's trying to come in and take it all. No bueno. No bueno.
Iran is warning its military may retaliate, threatening a wreckage and a reckoning. An Iranian military spokesperson saying, if the security of the ports of the Islamic Republic of Iran in the waters of the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman is threatened, no port in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman will remain safe. Now, a UAE official here estimates that 800 ships have been left stranded as a result of all this mess, and about 400 of them are fuel tankers. Sandra,
Yikes.
John?
Not good. Not good. 800 ships, including 400 tankers, which also move as slow as molasses. They also move at the speed of a person just learning how to ride a road bike. About 14 to 15 miles per hour. Those tankers are stuck over there. Those tankers that eventually need to be en route to get to whatever respective country they need to get to just in time so that they can put that oil wherever it needs to be so it can keep fueling and keep that country running, is now being stuck and stranded by the Strait of Hormuz. Those guys aren't going to make their deadlines. They're going to be super behind. You realize how this is all just turning into one big cluster F, right? One after the other, one after the other. Cluster F after cluster F after cluster F. And now you got them saying, oh, we're going to make it even worse for y'all. Oh, Trump comes in and he takes over, and this is what he does, saying that it's his now. Oh, we're going to make it very difficult for you. we're going to make it very, very difficult for you. Sorry, once I saw a video and I was trying to make sure if it's real or not. I don't know if it's real. That's the problem. But hold on. Let's take a look at this. This is from Bloomberg. Take a quick look.
He says Iran is
Take a quick look at this here real quick.
blackmailing the world by closing off the Strait of Hormuz. Therefore, we are attempting to close off the Strait of Hormuz, at least for the use of Iran. What do you think about this blockade strategically? Is it actually something that can be tactically successful?
Well, the president is right. I mean, the Iranians have used this leverage for the last 6 weeks quite effectively. And what the U.S. administration is trying to do is wrest that leverage away from Iran. And what we're trying to do now is in effect, blockading the entire Strait to try to wrestle that leverage back. So it's understandable. Now, will it work? And that's really your question. And we just saw about an hour before the blockade went into effect, a Chinese tanker did do a U-turn. But in fact, it's sort of closing off all trade, all traffic, because people honestly don't know how this is going to work. And I think we just have to watch the brave first ship that tries to traverse the Strait and see how successful they will be.
Well, I think that we're all wondering how that's going to be. I think that's the reason why we're all sitting at the edge of our seat trying to find out what the F is actually going to happen here. How is this all going to transpire? Because if you got the likes of China, which, you know, they're ballsy as hell, China, and China's sitting there going, we're up, and they're trying to turn around, that tells me something. I don't know about it. I don't know about you, but it tells me that, you know, they ain't trying to play with a problem. And it's like, oh snap, we can't get into the Strait. And imagine that U-turn, by the way. The slowest U-turn in the history of U-turns, just in the water, right? Yeah, we're S blazing. Yeah, we're still not at war. We're still not at war. But here's the thing. At some point, some country, one of them is going to start wilding out. One of them's going to start wilding out and saying, F you, we need our oil, go.
This is quite a moment that we're in here. The markets are in a great mood, interestingly. Crude oil's back below $100 a barrel since the president came out and talked to reporters. Heather, he said we've been...
For now, you understand, for now, unless he really does like police that Strait of Hormuz and it goes without a hitch. But you got the likes of Iran already sitting here saying we will retaliate. They are already saying that. It only takes one moment. You only get one shot. Mom spaghetti. Is Iran gonna take it? Is Iran going to take it?
Called this morning by the right people, the appropriate people, and they want to work a deal. They would like to work out a deal. Of course, we just got back from the negotiating table in a failed 21-hour session with J.D. Vance, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff. Does the U.S. blockade change the dynamic enough to change the conversation at the negotiating table?
So, Joe, if I can interpret, I think what's happening is the Pakistani mediators are continuing to pass some messages. They're trying to keep some of these talks alive, and I think that's important. We need those open channels of communication. But quite frankly, we really need to understand now how Tehran is going to react to this blockade. And I said, honestly, we're waiting to see the first vessel that tries to, move and what happens. But as I said, I think this is it's just going to bottle everything up. And I can't explain to you why the markets are so positive right now, just because we are now starting to see really the last tanker that left, February 28th, is reaching port. You're going to now start to see some material impact in Asia as well from products and things like that. So I don't see a horizon right now for resolution. I see a pause. And now we just have to wait and see how Tehran responds to this blockade.
I have to wonder if at least some of the market reaction is that the idea that this is not as escalatory a step as the president could have chosen after talks failed this week. And as he was previously, of course, saying that the entire Iranian civilization was going to be killed, that he was going to take out critical civilian infrastructure. He went with a blockade instead. Is that to say, though, Heather, that this can't ultimately result in more escalation, especially as we don't know what Iran's reaction function is going to be?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I think we are just in a pause right now. The ceasefire still held. Now, when the two destroyers went through the Strait, the U.S. Destroyers, Iran didn't react. The negotiations were still ongoing. I think that was an interpretation of we want to see if this can go. But really, we have to see whether this happens or not. And again, a blockade is not doing the convoy support and escorting ships. That's 15 vessels blocking things. So it's again the muscularity that it would take to really do those convoy escorts. And look, the president admitted we didn't finish all the small boats. We know that the Iranians do have underwater drone capability. We're not entirely clear what the mining situation looks like. So this is absolutely right. I mean, the least, I think, risk-taking for the U.S. military, for the Navy, but it's a stopgap measure. We'll have to see what happens next.
So what did you make of that post from the president? This came around 10:30 this morning. He talks about Iran's Navy at the bottom of the sea, which he says a lot. But he said, what we have not hit are their small number of what they call fast attack ships because we did not consider them to be much of a threat. I'm not sure why. But he says, warning, if any of these ships come anywhere close to our blockade, they will be immediately eliminated, referring to the drug boats coming out of Venezuela. If, in fact, we start seeing this type of activity, does the U.S. board a vessel like that or simply blow it up?
Again, great questions. And I certainly, the military has been concerned about the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, these small boats, because they are, again, they come in fast.
Why didn't
They're
we hit
hard
them
to detect.
right off the
Well,
bat?
I think that there was a lot of attacks on the Iranian coast, softening those targets. Some of them could be in hardened bunkers. There's multiple threats. There's mines. There's the small boats. There's underwater drones. There's also, again, missile capability. You need a huge package of military support to escort those vessels. And I think, again, we've done this in 1987. We conducted an operation. It just takes an awful lot of material equipment. And again, the military can do this, but at what cost? And I think this is exactly huge question marks. And again, the brave first vessel that decides to test this proposition one way or the other will be the biggest guinea pig we will see. And the stakes are enormously high for both sides, because if Iran gives up its leverage, it's going to be much more susceptible. And of course, as the president correctly said, this is really extorting the entire global economy. So something's going to have to give here.
It's absolutely extorting the entire global economy, and that's the problem. You know, we have these concerns. We want, of course, everything to start making sense. But unfortunately, I don't know. Again, she has a point there. This Heather Connolly, American Enterprise Institute non-resident senior fellow, like, she has a very good point about it all. It all comes down to the first boat to go across, the first boat to just show up and go across. What is this boat going to do? How is it going to work out? You know? So I see that. I see that point. Like, that anything is possible here. They might go out there and they might just get blown out of the water. And I get it. I'd be scared right now too if I was a tanker from any country. I'd be like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's okay and what's not okay. But that kind of stoppage in the regular flow of things is a massive, massive problem. Yeah, Level Up Entertainment. You know what I mean? You'd be a fool to try to cross that water right now. Absolutely. I agree 100%. You'd be an absolute fool to try to cross that water right now. you're basically asking for death. Potentially, I mean. So of course you don't want that to happen. But all of them are basically sitting there going like, it's like double Dutch. They're like, do I go in? Do I not? I don't know. I don't want to trip anything up. I don't want to trip anything up because if I do, everything goes cockeyed titties. Everything goes Brian Noam. We ain't got time for that. You know how much time it took me to blow these balloons and stick them under my shirt and make them look like titties? Took a long ass time. Okay. Golden Girl, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Pascal, for real talk. Of course, that's what I'm here for. Okay, are the mines gone? No. From my understanding, they are still out there using minesweepers to take out the mines. So that isn't over yet. You see what I'm saying? So they're still doing all that too. And that's going to take some time as well. But then you got Iran who out here going, so you just going to go take our stuff? You just going to take our town like this? Oh, no. You're going to see us of the likes you've never seen before too, Trumpy. And that's exactly what they're saying now too. So, of course, tankers who don't have the kind of artillery to back, they don't want to just sail in there going the speed of a snail. It's for them to get blown out of the water because they're literally sitting ducks. You understand that, right? Going at 15 miles per hour, top speed, 15 miles an hour in the water like this. You're a sitting freaking duck. You're a sitting duck. No one wants that. Ain't nobody want that. So I get it. Them turning around, but that's going to slow things down. That's slowing things down even more because that oil that's supposed to be turned back around and on its way to whatever respective country they're supposed to be going to, now it could be delayed a day or two, could be delayed a week. And that could be that could be really bad. You see what I'm saying? That could be really, really bad. So we'll see what happens, guys. But all of us should be worried about what's going on. Hold on, sorry guys. I'm just checking a few things just to see if there's any more news going on. One second, guys. What? No way. Hold on. Just checking something real quick. Hold on. Okay, yeah. I haven't heard. Okay. So, real quick, while we're here, thank you guys. I appreciate you guys helping me get to 1K. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm starting to enjoy just a little bit of a little brain break here for a second. We're talking all about all this doom and gloom. July 3210. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate the super sticker. Thank you so very much. Now, Mary, thank you so much. Mary, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it, Mary. Thank you. Now, so here's the thing. And yes, greetings from Patterson, New Jersey, Buttercup. My Buttercup. See, now, I hope you guys are enjoying the setup. I mean, there's still a lot of bells and whistles I still need to mess with. Okay. I'm working on it. You know, I'm trying to, like I said, there's so much I want to do with this new program, because this program is fire when it's not glitching and losing its mind. It is a really, really dope program. So I'm really looking forward to doing more and expanding on this platform, this streaming platform that I have. I'm going to be using the other platform too, but I want to start. I'm kind of forcing myself to get used to using this program as much as possible, because there's just so much you can do with this program, which is really, really exciting. I'm really looking forward to seeing what we can do with this program. And like I said, just trying to bring a little bit more to the show, visually as well. So hopefully you're enjoying it so far, because it's not too far off of what we've been using so far in the old program, in the old streaming program. And like I said, you're going to see sprinkles of that throughout, because sometimes there's a breaking story and I don't have time to do all the bells and whistles, and we just got to go live. So you'll be seeing that still. But of course, I'm trying some new stuff, just seeing what we can and can't do on this program. And of course, I'm just trying to see if there's any more news. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, like right now, it's interesting because a lot of people are really reacting. Well, there is some true crime information. I'll probably talk to you guys about that here in just a second. But a lot of people are still just reacting to the fact that Trump just straight up lied to our faces. I just want to make that abundantly clear. He lied to our faces again. Just so you know. Okay? Just so you know. Okay, Mary, welcome. Welcome to the family. Mary, thank you so much. Welcome to the family. And just like Mary, please consider becoming a member by hitting that join button down below. But the people are still, like the news and everybody's still reacting to the fact that Trump just straight up lied to us. Okay? I mean, it doesn't matter how many ways you look at it. It doesn't matter like, oh, this is not true. This is not true. Yeah, he did. He lied. He said, oh, I thought it was a doctor. That's not what a doctor does. They don't shoot light from their hands. Okay? They don't. So he's lying. Or he had a mental breakdown. His mental health is in a serious decline. And he was sundowning yesterday. And he literally thought that what an image of Jesus was an actual, he mistaked as an image of a doctor. And that's it. But that's not a good look either. You understand that, right? That's not a good look either. That's still a bad look at the end of the day. So, he just basically straight up lied, or it is a full on, he just exposed himself as him having mental health issues, having a mental decline. That's it. That's the only thing I could think of. It's bad. The Trump dump posts are always bad. Okay? Trump dump posts are always bad. And it's all at night. Sundowning. Seriously. But I do have a piece of information here on a case that we haven't talked about in a while. Because there wasn't really anything going on. But now there's some new updates, so I want to share this with y'all real quick. I don't know if you remember Anna Keaptainner. She was on a cruise ship. She was found stuffed underneath a bed in a cabin that she was sharing with her two stepbrothers, or her brother and her stepbrother, or something like that. But anyway, long story short, on this cruise, she was found dead. And it was alleged that her stepbrother is the one that took her out, that took her life. And there was a lot of speculation and story about how the stepbrother was absolutely obsessed with her. Absolutely obsessed with her. And he attacked her, allegedly, behind closed doors. I guess he was trying to, make something happen, for lack of a better term. And then she lost her life because she declined his advances. So now the stepbrother, this piece of trash, 16-year-old stepbrother, who happened to be sharing a cabin on the same cruise ship with her, he has now been charged with murder. So let's take a look at this. 16-year-old stepbrother who was sharing a cabin with Anna Keaptainner when she was found unalive on a Caribbean cruise, has been indicted on charges of first-degree murder and aggravated sexual A. Crazy. So Timothy Hudson is his name. Will be tried as an adult, guys, in federal court. He is going to be charged as and tried as an adult. Although he cannot face the DP because he was a juvenile at the time of the alleged slaying. He was the only person inside the room with cheerleader Anna, 18, when she was he took her life by asphyxiation 5 months ago aboard the Carnival Horizon. The baby-faced teen has made several closed-door court appearances in the past month, with journalists barred from covering the case because of his age. All records have remained under seal, with federal officials refusing to confirm or deny that a prosecution was underway. Timothy, whose mother, Chantel Hudson, is Anna's stepmother and the wife of her father, Christopher Keaptainner, has been allowed to live with an uncle while wearing a GPS ankle monitor. So if convicted, he faces decades in prison, although mandatory life without parole sentences for juveniles were deemed unconstitutional by the Supreme Court in 2012. So she was pronounced gone. Anna was pronounced dead at 11:17 a.m. on November 7th, while the Horizon, this cruise ship, was en route from Mexico to Florida. And here's the kid. There he is. This is the kid. I know a lot of you guys have already seen his face. I'm sure a lot of y'all have, that have been following this case have seen his face, because some people did some deep diving. You know, the true crime sleuths out there, they're unstoppable. Okay. And so they've been able to get a lot of information. And one of them was like the identity, what this kid really looked like. And so there he is right now. They have finally, the media has finally released his face out to the world now for the very first time, which is crazy because usually they block out his face. See that? So the Daily Mail was the first outlet to report that her body was found stuffed under the bed in the cabin, so that she was actually sharing with her stepbrother and 14-year-old half-brother. She had been wrapped in a blanket and covered with life preservers, according to our sources. Anna had gone to bed early that night before, telling her family during dinner that she was feeling unwell. While her half-brother wandered around the ship taking photos, she was left alone with her stepbrother, who takes medication for ADHD and insomnia. When her younger brother returned, he didn't see Anna, but assumed she was staying up late with Christopher, Chantel, or their grandparents, Jeffrey and Barbara Keaptainner. Yeah, it was a whole family affair when they went on this trip. Even grandma and grandpa were there too. He climbed into his bunk and went to sleep, unaware, sources say, that his sister's body was hidden just feet away, which is devastatingly scary. It wasn't until the next morning when the two boys headed to breakfast that the family realized that she was actually missing. Medical emergency was announced over the ship's public address system, prompting Christopher, 41, to rush to her cabin, to her Deck 8 cabin, where a cleaning crew had discovered the body. That's insane. And there he is, the guy who took her out. Stepbrother, of all people. Because allegedly he had a sick and demented obsession with her. Yeah. He was the theory is that he was trying to do something. You see what I'm saying? He was trying to do a little something, and she didn't want to. You understand what I'm saying? A law enforcement source later told ABC that she passed away from asphyxia caused by a bar hold, suggesting an arm was pressed across her neck. FBI agents swarmed the ship, interviewed the family, and scoured CCTV cameras when the Horizon returned to Miami on November 8th. Timothy insisted he could not remember what took place in the cabin, according to sources. But the boy's alleged involvement leaked out in court filings in a custody dispute between Chantel and her ex-husband, Thomas Hudson, 37. They both referred to their son as a suspect in court documents, with one filing describing bubbly Anna's death as a suspected murder. Thomas had sought emergency custody of their young daughter, claiming Chantel took the kids on an ill-fated cruise without his permission and even let the older children drink alcohol, an accusation she did vehemently deny. So a county judge ruled that the girl was not in any danger and could remain with Chantel and Christopher so long as Timothy was living elsewhere. That's not true. The couple had already removed him from their blended household in Titusville and placed him with a relative while the FBI investigation played out. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. So he was a big problem at home. Yeah, he doesn't look he doesn't look like he's okay. I mean, now given the fact that he's being, charged for doing this to little Anna, you know what I'm saying? Now you look at him and it's like, yeah, he does. He is giving children of the corn. Oh, damn. Yeah. He who walks in the rose. But anyway, crazy, right? If you know Children of the Corn, then you know what I was referencing. But moving on. So, but then he still stayed. If he was so bad and if he was so dangerous, he still stayed with her in a cabin on a cruise that he shouldn't have been in that cabin, in that cruise with her. You see what I'm saying? If he was a big problem, he should not have been there. You see what I'm saying? That's weird. So the parents mucked this up too. They should not have had Anna share a room with the likes of this kid. And they still did. His location was redacted in court documents, but when the Daily Mail traced the skinny blonde-haired teen to a relative's rural Florida home, he would only say, "I'd rather not talk." High school senior Anna had chronicled her love of travel on TikTok and been on several cruises. She was a pure energy, bubbly, fun, outgoing, and completely herself, her family wrote in an obituary. She planned on joining the U.S. Navy or becoming a canine handler for the Titusville Police Department. So I guess the parents, the stepfather and the mother, are still together despite the extraordinary strain on their marriage. They released a joint statement to the Daily Mail after the Daily Mail revealed that Timothy had made a secret court appearance in early February. So again, she was in a room with a kid that she should not have been in a room with. And of course, he was living in a whole other place. They were trying to separate him, and he still was in a place or still on that cruise sharing a room with the likes of his stepsister that he should not have been sharing that room with. Apparently, he also had a lot of a huge, deep obsession with her too. And there was a big problem behind closed doors inside that home because he would make things very uncomfortable for her. He was always trying to make passes. He was always trying to say what up to her. It was very uncomfortable. She was not cool with it. And he still was put in a cabin on a cruise with her. Yeah, the other brother was there too. But let me just be real. That's bad. Okay? A recipe for disaster. And now he is being charged as an adult. Sure, he gets to dodge. He gets to dodge the DP. Okay, the ultimate price. But at the same time, this could have been avoided. It really could have been avoided. And I get it. Those tickets, those rooms, they're very expensive and all that. But at the same time, yo, that's just some crazy stuff. Kim, thank you so much for the super chat. Pascal, people are saying you need to eat lunch. Well, I have it here. I just haven't touched it yet. I've been busy. There's a lot of news going on. Okay. Whole news going on. But at the same time, I am wrapping up the show regardless. Okay. Because it is 4 hours. So we're going to wrap up the show. And there's still a lot that's still going on that, of course, I'm still kind of waiting for those things to kind of percolate. But it's still very, very sad to hear what's going on here with Anna Keaptainer's case. But of course, I know it's a woulda, coulda, shoulda situation, but it's terrible that these kind of things have been going down the way. It's sad when a case like that, a case like this, it transpires the way it does. You see what I'm saying? So, may he get justice served with all the severity that he absolutely deserves, because that kid should not have done what he ended up doing. May she rest in peace. But that is the show. I appreciate all y'all for being here. Really means a lot. Thank you so much for tuning in. I may be back on a little bit later on. We'll see. I got some things I got to take care of, but I may be back on in a little bit because there's a lot of stuff. And also, we haven't talked about Melania. We still need to talk about Melania. We may have to talk about Jared Kushner, that cushy kush. We may need to talk about that too. So we might come back to talk about that Melania stuff here soon. But I digress. Okay. I appreciate all y'all for being here. It really means a lot. Thank you so much for tuning in. Please do me a favor before you head out. Hit that like button down below. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. If you are watching on these other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, please, I'm on all of them. So make sure you are following. Follow. Please and thank you. Hit that subscribe button here on my YouTube channel. Please do that. Hit that notification bell. Set it to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because honestly, it is random. So make sure you're subscribed. Hit that notification bell. Set it to all. Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Support the channel if you can. Check out my Patreon, which is right there, moving slowly across the screen right now as we speak. If you want to support even further, go check out that Patreon. Hit that, and that'll be greatly appreciated. Check out my store as well, pascalmerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there, so go check it out, pascalmerch.com. Anyway, guys, it is time to get going. Much love to you guys. If something pops off, you know for a fact I'll be right back on to rap with you guys about it, and then some. If not, I'll see you guys this evening, most likely. Maybe, maybe not. All pending. But anyway, it's time to get going. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is the Pascal Show. Bye.